All right, good morning to everyone from Bowling Green, Ohio. As the practice session for our first elimination round is underway for the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Krista Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Phil Brilo taking it through the day. Once again, you're going to have all your pair feeds available to you. We're bringing those live now on the PBA YouTube channel, and you're going to be able to follow your favorite player as they move across the entire house this morning. They're going to be bowling 4 games in this initial eliminator round, and our top 16 totals with their 8 games from yesterday and 4 games from this morning. Those top 16 players and their 12-game totals will advance to an additional round of eliminations shortly following the conclusion of our initial round. So we got 28 players this morning. 29 players advanced. Unfortunately, Carlton Chambers had to withdraw due to injury, so PBA rules do not allow him to be replaced in an eliminator format. There's no alternates for a non-match play situation. So Carlton Chambers is going to receive the 29th place check. And we will bowl with 28 players in this round. We'll let you know everybody that's in the field. But you got a power pair definitely for sure on lanes 1 and 2 this morning with our leading qualifier, Randy Weiss, along with Bill Watson and a couple PBA Hall of Famers in Chris Barnes and Tom Hess. We'll give you that full field rundown once we get underway here this morning. About 10 minutes of practice remaining. We're going to let you enjoy the views here at Almar Lanes. Give you a little scan down to all the players in the field. There you see Rudy Revs. Rudy with a big 277 game to finish off his 8-game qualifying block yesterday to make it into this field. Andy Reddick had a big game in the NSC squad last night. He was the number going in. He made sure he was staying in this field. And there you see John Marsala and Anthony Jovanovic on 15 and 16. They were our final advancers at plus 94. Unfortunately for Norman Smith, he was in the number until the 10th frame of game 8, where Smith then left a big 4, only got 2 pins on the spare attempt, and was the first man out missing the cut by a single pin. Bowlers say every pin counts. That was proved very true last night here at Almar Lanes. Just under 10 minutes of practice remaining. We'll give you some more bowler information in a few minutes. And if you have any questions about this event here in Bowling Green, Ohio, please feel free to drop it in the chat. And good morning to all who are joining us here on PBA YouTube channel. right, about 5 minutes of practice remaining. We should hear that official announcement from Bobby Jekyll momentarily.
Got about 5 minutes remaining, players. About 5 minutes.
It's like I knew it was coming. Let's take a peek at all of our platinum and gold sponsors that are helping bring this event to you on the PBA YouTube channel. So many PBA regional events have the support of the local community, and this one definitely has community-wide support. As you see our platinum sponsors go by, now our gold sponsors. We'll talk about some of our silver and bronze sponsors as well during the live streaming today. Let me take a peek in the chat here while we're finishing up practice. Jeff Rippix, no, I think he'd be bowling the East Regional. A little closer to home, if I remember correctly, for Jeff. So, unfortunately, no live stream coverage of that East Regional today. Low score to qualify, plus 94 for 8 games. That was done by Anthony Ivanovich and John Marsalis. So, basically, a 211 average was enough to get you in the cut. But boy, Randy Weiss yesterday, you talk about a hot hand, came out of the gates with 834. Finished at a plus 345 total. He has a 75 pin advantage over Chris Barnes. We'll go over the full standings as we introduce the players shortly. Robin Morrison, good morning from South Africa. I'll tell you what, you probably were up for breakfast in South Africa this morning before we were done bowling last night. As we got out of here at about 12:30 Eastern time this morning when bowling was completed off a C squad. And we're right back at them now. And getting ready to rock and roll. Thanks everybody that's joining us this morning. I know some of you might even be double screening us, watching the coverage from the Lucy. The Storm striking against breast cancer mixed doubles on another channel. But we're glad you're watching us here on the PBA YouTube channel, and you're watching us at no charge thanks to our 10 on the Deck Productions. Season-long PBA regional live streaming partners with H5G brands. Be bold, be creative, be original. New lower pricing across the board. Not just custom jerseys, custom sweatshirts, anything else you may need for clothing, but also get your PBA swag at a lower price than ever. H5gbrands.com, the website for that. And even though this season's PBA LBC National Championships have wrapped up with just the Clash remaining, date, time, site, and broadcast ability to watch will be announced shortly. But keep that website address handy, pba.com/LBC tournament. Bookmark it in your browser as the 2026 LBC National Championships information will be released in the near future. pba.com/LBC tournament. Less than 2 minutes remaining in practice. And we'll be underway here from Bowling Green, Ohio momentarily. From Bowling Green, Ohio, and Almar Lanes in Bowling Green. This is the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. Good morning, everyone. I am $2 Phil Brilo, joining you here. Practice just wrapping up. We'll get you that full field rundown momentarily. Introduce you to your players and their carryover scores from yesterday's qualifying, as they're going to be bowling 4 games this morning in this initial elimination round. That will narrow the field down to our top 16 bowlers to advance.
players with no flash photography, no flash video, no live streaming. Bowlers are greatly appreciated. Okay, 8 games in the books. These 29 players are going to bowl 4 more games, then we are going to cut to 16. Players, as soon as you're done with your 4 games, please go ahead and turn those sheets in round of 16 as soon as possible. I'll be doing updates each and every game as usual. Okay, bowlers, when your arrows come up and you blow rack of pins in your 4 semifinal games, the 2025 PBA50 Gerdeman Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by E2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
And with the announcements from Central Regional Manager Bobby Jekyll, we're underway here in Bowling Green. Once again, I want to thank Bill and Yogi Wames for not only bringing me in this morning to live stream this event for all to see, but also having this event for the 28th consecutive year. Let's see. Good morning to Idaho. And Nick, yeah, pinfall carries over every round. So, yeah, everything's going to carry over. So all the way through until we get to the stepladder today. So that total that Randy Weiss has, he's your bowler A on lanes 1 and 2. He was your leading qualifier at plus 345. He gets to use that 75 pin advantage he has now in this round. Chris Barnes, your bowler B at plus 270. Bill Watson, your bowler C at plus 240. And Tom Hess is your bowler, double A for Watson, double B for Hess. Hess at plus 236. On 3 and 4, Michael Clark Jr. is your A at plus 230. John Rakoski, your bowler B at plus 226. Corey Raktashel is your bowler double A at plus 215. Mark Clark, your double B at plus 203. So 4 games in this round, cut to the top 16, continue to carry pins over. Those players in the round of 16 will bowl 3 additional games. That'll get us to our top 8 players that will advance into the round of 8 for 2 additional games. And once we get our 17-game total pinfalls recorded, the top 4 players will be seated into a stepladder. That stepladder scheduled to start at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you're going to pop in and out of the stream today, we appreciate everybody that's going to hang with us for about 6 hours, as Barnes with the yikes whiff on the spare. We know it's a Sunday. We know lots of you have things to do, and you can always catch the archives here on the PBA YouTube channel. Even if you can't catch the stepladder live, you'll be able to watch the archives at your convenience on the PBA YouTube channel for our top 4 in the stepladder. There you see Tom Hess. Hess high on B squad yesterday with his plus 236 total. Pretty slow finish, though, for Tom. Started off hot, a couple of 279 games in his first 5 games, but the last 3 games are basically even on the score sheet, 184, 225, 182. So Hess, if they would have immediately cut to the stepladder this morning, he would have been in your opening match. But Hess has got some time today to start making that climb up the standings. If you have any questions about this PBA50 regional event, drop them in the chat. Same old pattern, yeah. Monticelli pattern, fresh application. This is the only application prior to the stepladder as well. So they're going to be bowling on the burn all day long throughout the elimination rounds. The only time they're going to get to see some fresh again is for the top 4 in the stepladder. Let's take a peek over on our players on 5 through 8. Once again, like if you're a Randy Weiss fan, Chris Barnes fan, Tom Hess fan, you can watch their pair with the ambient audio through the lane feeds available on the PBA YouTube channel. If you're watching this main feed on your full screen, just minimize it for a second, hit the escape button, get your screen back down to the normal landing page, and in the description underneath the video, you'll see all the pair links for the 4 pair feeds, 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, and 13 through 16. And right-click on one of those, open it up in another tab, because we'll give you all the scoring updates. Follow the hot hands if somebody's making a run for perfection, like Bill Fabian had last night. We'll bring that to you here on the main feed. Speaking of Fabian, he's starting with the first 3 this morning. He's your bowler A on 5 and 6. Ron Hurt, your bowler B. John Shreve Jr., your bowler double A. Dan Higgins Jr., your double B on 5 and 6. On 7 and 8, Eddie Bird is your A. Brad Snell. Snell with a rough finish in Game 8 yesterday. Back-to-back opens. Took about 30 pins off the scorecard at a minimum. Snell's your bowler B. Brett Angelo, 2-time past champion here at Almar Lanes, is your bowler double A. And Michael Haggett, the powerful lefty, is your double B on 7 and 8. So it'll be interesting to see how Snell and Haggett play off of each other. Snell a little lower on the ball speed, a little less on the rev rate. Higgins last night, boy, he was constantly in the pocket. There were a couple of games where you just couldn't figure out why he was leaving corner pins, 7s and 10s. At least he didn't leave both of them at the same time. But his games 4 through 7 last night, 203, 211, 203, 209, but bounced back with a 247 the last game to help get him to his plus 180 score. Fabian at plus 200, Shreve plus 193, Hurt plus 188. We mentioned Higgins at plus 180. Eddie Bird and Brad Angelo plus 176, Brad Snell plus 163, and Haggett plus 143. And here's where the scoreboard really tightens up on the bottom. I mean, nobody's really out of advancing to the top 16, as it's only 50 pins difference, basically, between Haggett and the bottom of the field this morning. I'm going to drop the live scoring link in the chat for you. You can follow the field as it's updated game by game during our first elimination round this morning. Let's get you over to our next pairings on lanes 9 through 12 on 9 and 10. Steve Kenyon, Rudy Kazimakis, and Rick Willison. Your A, B, and double A respectively. No double B on this pair, as unfortunately, as we mentioned in practice, Carlton Chambers battling a hip injury. He had that massage gun on that leg yesterday as soon as he was done bowling, and apparently no improvement was found, so Chambers will receive the 29th place check this morning. As Kenyon comes into the day at plus 140, Willison plus 123, Rudy Revs plus 113. Over on 11 and 12, Andy Reddick, Eddie Graham, and Troy Lint, your A, B, and double A respectively. Reddick at plus 110, Graham plus 103, Lint plus 104 for their totals. Wow, almost a light pocket 8-9. We've seen a couple unusual hits. Last night we had Bill Watson on the front 10, and he left a light 4-7. Pardon me, a light 4-10 to thwart his bid at 300. Bill Fabian on the same pair, on the same game, ended up polishing off perfection. Fabian with our only 300 in the event to this point. Rudy Revs just walked back and he just called himself the worst morning bowler ever. Yeah. Rudy to have the same score in a 9-pin tap tournament right now. Of course, we don't have those out here on the PBA Regional Tour. Maybe for a fun pro-am with the youth players, but not in actual competition. For those of you joining us here on the PBA YouTube channel for the first time this weekend, thanks for joining us. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. I'm 10 on the Deck Productions as well, so we're the ones producing this in conjunction with the PBA. We'd like to thank Tom Clark, our commissioner, Cursa Del Bene in communications, and Jeff Goodger, the man who steers the YouTube ship, for their assistance and allowing 10 on the Deck Productions to stream this event on the PBA YouTube channel. We're going to have a couple of events coming up in August as well. We'll be making the way back to Ohio. We'll hook up that Renault car. And make our way down to Minster, Ohio, August the 16th and 17th for the Kremer Roofing Classic. And the following weekend, we'll be covering that great event in Coldwater, Playmore Lanes. Time to get Coldwater at the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxie's Extra Pair, August 23rd and 24th. Both those events will be free to view here on the PBA YouTube channel. As once again, 10 of the Deck Productions will be handling it for the PBA YouTube channel, and we couldn't do it without our season-long sponsors for 10 on the Deck Productions. Coverage of PBA regional events with H5G Brands, the official merchandiser of the PBA. Be bold, be creative, be original. H5GBrands.com and the PBA LBC National Championships. It's going to be an exciting Clash event coming up shortly. That event will be announced, all the details. Chris Barnes will be in that Clash as the winner of the Senior Classic Division in this year's edition. And get your information when it comes out for 2026 at pba.com/LBC Tournament. Some of these bowlers making the 40-foot Monticelli pattern look a little tougher than yesterday. As C Squad found a way to really make things happen. As 15 of our 29 players advanced out of C Squad. And Rudy can't get the 10 to go. Let's go down to our final pairings. Donna lanes 13 through 16. Scott Merritt, Friend Lizzie, Frank Guccione, your pairings AB and AA respectively on 13 and 14. Stephen Krywai, John Marsala, and Anthony Jovanovic, your AB and AA on 15 and 16. And these bowlers got a bit of work to do. As we said, they're all starting about 50 pins outside the number. As Guccione at Scott Merritt plus 98, Guccione plus 96, Luzzy at up plus 96 as well, Krywai plus 95, and Jovanovic and Marsala plus 94. So about 40 pins outside the number for those, 50 pins outside the number for those players. So a catch-up can happen. It's just going to require a few more strikes. And some of the other players will need this morning. It's perfect bowling logic. Hey, Tom Carter. Good morning to you. Good talking with Tom in the booth last night there in C Squad. A little rough watching him get run over. But Tom got out with one of the bonus super senior checks. Bill and Yogi Wamas with a great prize fund they have thanks to all the event sponsors. Pay out some extra super senior and super duper senior checks for those 70 and older on the super duper seniors. And Tom Carter taking out one of the super senior checks from this event, as he's going to make his way to Lorain, Ohio. A couple more regionals for these players during the upcoming week before they're going to get to the Tournament of Champions in West Virginia in early August. So unfortunately, you'll have to wait until that TOC and the necessity of a Bowl TV subscription to watch a lot of these players in West Virginia. But thanks to you watching us this morning, and if you're double streamers, hey, great cover there. By Krywai. Yeah, if you're double screening us, I know some of you might be watching the Storm striking against Prince Cancer Mixed Doubles on a laptop and watching this on your desktop or on your TV. We appreciate everybody that's joining us this morning here from Bowling Green. And I know a lot of you are looking forward to our Stepladder finals today. Scheduled start time about 3:30 Eastern. Let's get back up to our top qualifiers. You see Bill Watson walking off the lanes. Watson working on a six-bagger. Get over next door and Rock the Shell, who in Game 8 yesterday had the front nine. Rock the Shell after an open frame in the first. He's followed his up with a six-bagger. Michael Clark Jr. looking to keep the string going with a possible 279. Chris Barnes not having a good start to his morning. Has 2 opens with no doubles through 7. Leaves Barnes with a max in the 2-0 range. Mark Clark waiting to shoot at that 10 pin. Your reigning PBA50 world champion. Clark, you didn't really get anything going together last night. He was actually sitting at even through the first 3 games and then put everything together. 234, 229, 238, 236, 257 for his final 5. To get to that plus 203 total he comes into this morning with. Your pair movement today is pretty easy and pretty consistent. Each game the players are going to skip a pair, land on the second. So you players you see here on 1 and 2, they'll move the 5 and 6, they'll move the 9 and 10, they'll move the 13 and 14. So you get to cover all the pair feeds if you're watching Randy Weiss every game on a separate tab. And looks like I don't know what they're waving. Tom Hesstown was trying to get something. Maybe it was a ball return, but it looks like everything's back. And we got Mike Clark Jr. on the same pair with Mark Clark. So thank God for first names on jerseys as well. No. As Hess wraps a 10. Mike Clark Jr. possible 279. Corey Rocktischel possible 279 on 3 and 4. So we'll keep it here on our top 8 here in game 1. And once again, once we're done with this initial elimination round, there will be no re-oil until we reach the step ladder. So these players will keep making adjustments on the burn as they make their way through the day. I like that. It keeps the pace of play going. I mean, there's not a ton of games on it, but if you think about it, they bowled 8 games in qualifying yesterday. By the time we get done with our round of 8, there's only going to be 7 games on the pattern. And it's actually going to be even less lineage than yesterday. Everybody had 3 or 4 on a pair yesterday. Once we get into the round of 16 and round of 8, it's just going to be 2 bowlers per pair. They'll bowl match play style, but there'll be no match play pins involved. And that stepladder final looming in the distance at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time for our top 4. Rocktischel needs that one to snap in. Oh, it does. Wow. Ball almost had a turn signal on it. Waited so long. And Hess looking to get to the 237 opener. Watson going for 290. Well, Weiss is going to see a lot of his lead over Watson go away at this pace. Don't forget, Watson last night on 1 and 2 had the front 10 before a vicious light 410. Took away the bid for perfection. Weiss with a 105 pin lead over Watson. That's going to get sliced by more than half, if not 3/4, depending on what both players do in the 10th frame. Oh, Rando steps off that one. You see, yeah. Timing was off a bit, the footwork was off a bit, and the pinfall was off a bit. So barring a conversion here, if Watson strikes out, Weiss's advantage goes from over 100 to down to less than 20. It doesn't take long for things to change on the scoreboard. So once again, the players on 1 and 2 are going to 5 and 6. The players on 3 and 4 are going to 7 and 8. And that pair movement will be the same after each game. Skip a pair, land on the second. Everybody's going to be going all the way across the house this morning. And Clark can convert the baby split, so that drops him to 245. Still keeps him comfortably in the top 8. And Watson with a little last second adjustment. You see him checking the slide sole there. It's not humid inside the building. You get outside the building, and yeah, it's a humid one here in Bowling Green today. I think the heat index, they said, is supposed to be near 100. It'll be a warm day over at the nearby Wood County Fair, right up the street. And I'm sure we'll get some people coming back from the Wood County Fair to watch the stepladder here in person at Almar Lanes once we're underway. So we'll update your standings after 9 games. Once again, your player movement. Skipping a pair landing in the second. 1 and 2 is going to go to 5 and 6. 3 and 4 is going to 7 and 8. We'll be back with the second game of the initial elimination round here at the PBA Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. right, let's get you up to our leading 8 to start with. Here in game 2 of this 4-game elimination block. Top 16 will advance to our next round for 3 additional games with pinfall carry over from round to round all day until we reach the stepladder. I'm $2 Phil Brilo, bringing you through all the action here at Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, for this PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Yeah, some of these, yeah, you got to admit, some players do have a long pre-shot routine. But, I mean, it's in the PBA rulebook. You have 25 seconds, and it's not just on TV where you see the 25-second shot clock. They just really enforce it on TV. But on any PBA action, whether it's national tour or regional tour, it's 25 seconds from when, in this case, the player on adjoining lanes clears the approach until you can until you have to start your delivery. I don't see anybody ever calling a shot clock on somebody else during these regional competitions, but yeah, I don't see any players that are also taking more than that 25 seconds. Yeah, there's some guys like Corey Rockdishel here. He takes not a long time, but there's definitely some players that once they get up on the approach, it's quite a few seconds until they get set. So like right now, Tom Hess would have 25 seconds from when Crywye comes off of lane 4 to make his shot. Hess doesn't take a lot of time, but he'd have it if necessary. Oh, geez, and what's necessary is a break. Blower 7-10 for Hess. You know, a lot of the rules that you see on the TV coverage coming up next year on the CW and on CBS Sports for the PBA. Wow, another 7-10. All right. We've seen a bunch of them here this weekend, and now we just see 2 of them back-to-back for Mark Clark and Tom Hess. Hess going to – oh, it almost held the back. We saw Sean Rash a couple of years back at the Tournament of Champions have the same thing happen where the 10-pin just kind of held the back of the lane as the ball hit it when it was falling off the lane and rolled across and took the 7 out. Hess almost had the same thing there. And Clark's not going to get any bounce on that. That would have been amazing if that 10-pin would have gotten another foot of contact with the back of the pin deck. Hess would have never saw it. He had his back turned. He was walking away. He probably thought he missed it. Yeah. Well, it's fun at a pair like this. It's a pretty good pace. And with the PBA double jump rule, they're looking at the pairs next to them, not just the lanes next to them. So like right now in 3 and 4, even if someone's ready to bowl on lane 3, John Marsala, if he wanted to go, he can't. He's got to wait until Weiss throws his shot, and then Marsala would step up on lane 3. So it's a little different, but all the players know the double jump rule, and it's really easy to keep a decent pace on bowling. I mean, if you look right now, there's somebody ready to go. One pair gets done on 7 and 8, and then somebody's ready to go on 5 and 6. So it's a pretty good pace that we're keeping. Once it gets down to 2 on a pair, like we're going to see in the round of 16, round of 8, that's when it may seem a little bit slower, but it's still a good pace because then in that case, the player has 25 seconds from when his bowling ball comes back up because they're going to bowl one lane. You know, it's like you see on TV in match play style. So the first bowler, whoever starts on the left lane, will bowl just their first frame, and then the bowler that's on the right lane bowls first frame, second frame on the left lane, and yeah, it's a little different pace. That's where the shot clock comes into play 25 seconds after the player makes contact with his bowling ball on the rack. So let's see what Clark can do to bounce off of his pocket 7-10. Hess threw a strike after his. Oh, almost back-to-back 7-10s for Mark Clark. He's not having a good morning. So, once again, you have your live scoring link for score updates up in the chat for you. And let's give you that update right now. Randy Weiss, after a 195 opening game, he's at plus 340. Bill Watson, 279 opening game, moves him in the second, plus 319. A big game for Rockdashell as well. Moves Rockdashell to plus 294 after a 279 opening game. Michael Clark Jr., plus 275. John Rokoski, 242. Chris Barnes drops from second to sixth. After an opening 170 game, Barnes drops back to plus 240. Hess plus 239. And John Shreve Jr. round out your top 8 at plus 239 for Shreve Jr. as well. Your 16th position right now, he'd be the last player to advance into our next elimination round. That would be Steve Kenyon. Kenyon at plus 174. Kenyon with a nice 234 start. Get himself up to that number. We'll check in on Kenyon and company up on 13 and 14 momentarily. And the facetious fist pump by Barnes. And another fist bump, this time for a 8-pin for Rokoski. Watson suddenly having his carry go away after that great 279 opening game. And Hess gets the 7 to stand in defiance. Let's get you over. There you see Steve Kenyon, man on the number right now. Kenyon in the number 16 spot, plus 174. There you see Rick Willison at plus 171. Rick's first one out right now. Rudy Revs. Not a good start for Rudy as he's back down to plus 120. Rudy came back to finish at 207. Slow start for the self-proclaimed worst morning bowler in the world. A couple other bowlers just outside that top 16 right now. Andy Rettig gets himself up to plus 167 after a 257 opening game. Eddie Graham plus 151 in 19th after a 248 opening game. Brad Snell falls backwards out of the top 16 after a 173 start. And Scott Merritt down to 21st after a 235 start. Rudy Revs 22nd. So Eddie Graham looking to find the first game magic here in game number 2 as well. Keeping it clean with a double through 5. Troy Lint walking off the lanes. Lint plus 106, so he needs a few pins to catch up to that top 16 number. And as we said, Rettig and Graham just sitting outside of it currently. Hi, Brian Schmidt. How's the coffee this morning?
It is fantastic.
It's good coffee here at Almar Lanes.
Delicious.
Hot and delicious. Just like all the food we had yesterday here at Almar Lanes. Nice that they fed all the bowlers and
They did very well.
tournament staff.
Very nice people.
How much did you have to help with Corey Rockdashill's success in the opening game with his 279?
I told him not to miss any more spares.
There we go. That's always great advice.
Yes.
Sometimes it doesn't stick with bowlers.
No, and he followed it. It was
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah, well.
50% right now.
Yeah. Well, when you throw 10 strikes, you don't have to worry about as many spares. So let's see if Kenyon can keep himself inside that number. He made the move to the 16th spot after his opening game, and he's got a pretty solid game going here as the 6 slaps the 10. And the man just behind him in the standings with Wolzen at plus 171. Well, starting to get a little smaller in Kenyon's rearview mirror. And then again, there's still 2 games to go here in this block. I got scared this morning. I looked up at the scoreboards. If you look at the lower left-hand side, it says what game they're in and how many games are left. And it says 2 of 16. I'm like, did I miss a format change or something? Are they going to round-robin match play? What's going on? Well, in the original years of this tournament, when it first started, it was a 3-day event. It was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday event. And it was 8 games of qualifying on Friday, A squad, B squad, then come back Saturday, flip the squads. B squad comes back early, A squad. Then they had for 16-game totals. Then they cut to the top 16. And then they had 16 games of round-robin match play before a 5-player stepladder on Sunday. So Bill Wamas was joking around earlier today. He goes, we've set the PBA records for most alternates in a match play round. Old guys can't take it sometimes. They had 5 alternates one year have to come in. They were pulling guys out of mobile homes in the parking lot. I think they had a guy waving a sign on a main street in front of the building. Bowler wanted.
Up to 80% off.
Let's check in on our leaders here again. Chris Barnes trying to bounce back off that subpar effort game 1. You see Barnes talking things over with Hess. Bill Watson needs to offset that single pin miss in the 4th. And we'll see what Hess can do to bounce back. Looking for his first double here in game 2. Not going to happen. And he's looking at another open. Lane 4 not being kind, or pardon me, lane 6 not being kind to Tom Hess. Blower 710, single pin, now a 4-6 high. And this one may have a little heat behind it. And let's fire up, oh, no, not a ton of heat. Gets the 1 pin, moves on. Rockdashell staying hot. Double spare 3-bagger for the man that's moved himself up in the 3rd place on the day. Plus 294 after his opening 279. And he's looking for back-to-back on that number. Brad Angelo, 2-time past champion of this event. He's on the front 5 on 11 and 12. We'll get down to him when he steps up in his 6th frame. As Barnes. First earned shot in a few. Lucky to leave just the 3-6. Tommy Breeden, nope, not in the field. Well, Barnes you'll see definitely advance the next round. Rudy Rebs is going to have to turn it around if he wants any chance to see action in the round of 16. Rock the Shell leans on the 10, doesn't quite take it. Let's get down, checking in our players. 9 through 12. There you see Ron Hurt sitting in 9th currently, plus 235. Higgins sitting a little farther behind at plus 216. Eddie Bird sitting just above the number right now, plus 178. Haggett throwing a little tape in the ball just ahead of Bird, plus 190. And you're going to see Brad Angelo stepping up shortly. Angelo in 10th currently at plus 225. 249 opening game for the two-time champion here. He won in 2020 and in 2022. Is Higgins trying to be Dino Castillo's doubles partner with that jersey? I think so. Dino, if you're watching from afar, you might have a new doubles partner. That's what they need for a national tour stop for the 50 guys. They need a doubles event. That'd be cool to have. I mean, PBA Tours had the Roth Holman for years. Let's get a Weber Carter doubles. You got to make it really old, guys. You got to honor with it. So let's make it the Weber Carter doubles. Throw the two patterns out there, one each round for each qualifying round, and then go to the one in each lane for the match play and eliminations. Boom! There we go. We got a fun doubles event.
Somebody put it together.
Tell it to Dave Small. Just Dave Small. We need a doubles event. Be the you tell Dave he would be the first PBA 50 national double stop. Dave loves being first to a bunch of stuff. Loves being the first to 100 PBA events hosted. Used to love being first to the buffet. You can't say that about Dave anymore. He's got himself quite svelte over the last few years. He's the first guy to give you a big bear hug every time you walk in the door. So when you get to see him. Appreciate everything Dave Small has done, and we couldn't have PBA without the proprietors. You can have all the bowlers you want. There's over 4,000 members in the PBA nationwide and internationally now, with PBA Japan and now PBA Sweden, and more PBA countries are going to be added after talking to Tom Clark recently. PBA China is going to be on the way back. It never really officially started, but Frank Zhao in China, they brought bowlers over to the World Series of Bowling for the 3 years it was in Reno before the pandemic, and they actually had a not official PBA event, a semi-official PBA event in China in 2019. They had several of the tour's best bowlers over there bowling against some competition in Shanghai. So it'd be good to get China back in the mix of things. Let's check in over on Kenyon. As we said, man on the number, and he's having a hell of a game this game. Possible 279 here, stepping up in the 10th frame. That'll give you a little breathing room over 16th place with 2 to go. Kenyon's been battling some injuries over the last season. He's not battling anything right now. Is another 10 down.
Brought his wife.
Kenyon. Oh. He's got spousal support. I got it. It's good. Hey, Bill Fabian. Looking for another solid game. Bill currently in 11th. Plus 224, 50 up on the number. I mean, obviously Kenyon's going to move that number. And another, boy, so many head pin messengers that are just going, like, not even close to the 10. That was easily a foot up in front of the 10 pin before it fell in the gutter. Right, Angelo, he's playing very direct through the front part of the lane. You see him almost hugging the ball return. Just that little bit of belly to the outside, and there's a front 7 for Angelo. Check back in on Kenyon. What took the 10 down? I don't think there's any physical contact between the 6 pin and the 10 pin. I think it was just a vortex string. Uh-oh. Wow. Let's take a peek in on our leaders here. There you see a 3-4-7. There's a little unusual one for Rock the Shell. That's going to bring a solid game down a little bit. Barnes gets the trip on the 4, so he still has a possible 247. Trying to get himself back in that top 4. Fall from 2nd to 6th after game 1. Mark Clark, after pocket 710 and a couple single pins, now throws a 5-bagger on the board. As Clark, currently sitting in 13th, you can feel the footsteps behind him. Especially because Kenyon just shot 278 with a 10 pin left on the fill ball. So once again, your player movement between games 2 and 3. Skip a pair, land on the 2nd. Players you see here on 5 and 6 are going to go to 9 and 10, 7, 8 go to 11 and 12, and so on. And once again, we cannot have this event here in Bowling Green without our wonderful sponsors. There you see our platinum and gold sponsors scrolling across your screen. They're the reason why this event pays so well. The last cash spot for the players today is $700. Not bad for 12 games worth of work if they get cut after this round. And our champion taking home $5,000. We want to thank some of our silver sponsors as well, with A&S Asphalt, ASD Remodeling, Beer Co., Classic Products, Decor Internet Service, Doc's Ribcage, Easy Street, JB Construction, Jets Pizza, KR Strike Force, Ors Sunoco, Rose Realty, Turbo Grips, Wow Marketing, and WTG Seamless Gutters. Thanks to those sponsors and all of our sponsors here in Bowling Green for this 28th annual event in memory of Gary Schluchter. So Angelo did get his 8th. We'll get back over there momentarily. When he steps up in the 9th frame. As Barnes is going to turn the score sheet around a little bit from his opening game. And can get 227 on the ball, on the board. There you go, 227 for Barnes. So once again, your player movement. Is skip a pair, land on the 2nd. We'll get back to Angelo momentarily, as there's just 2 games remaining here in this first elimination round. No re-oils between rounds. So the competition this morning into this afternoon will move quite quickly as these bowlers only get fresh conditions. Once again, prior to the step ladder. Well, Rock the Shell probably hasn't seen that leave all year till today, and now he's seen it twice in 2 frames. There you go. Stay hot, Corey. You're going to see Angelo stepping up. Lane 11. Taking one of his 2 approved re-racks. Anything else after 2, you'd have to get Bobby Jekyll's permission. But yeah, that head pin just slightly crowding the 1-3 pocket. And that's a much better rack for Angelo. Take a look over Brad's shoulder right here, as he's looking to get his nifty 9th in a row. And the 9 goes last, but the 9 goes, and another chance for perfection here in Bowling Green. Brad Angelo coming up in the 10th frame. All right, here we go, Brad Angelo. Getting ready to fire away. You're going to see him coming to the right side of your screen as he's working. On the front 9. Oh, second effort on the 10 pin. Brad with the little kick at the back of the lane. Brad giving a little pep talk to that 10 pin on the way back. And let's see what he can do here to get the 11th in a row. Hopefully we keep enough traffic out of the way of the camera here that you get a nice angle on the shot. Somebody throw something at Eddie Bird. No. He's just trying to keep the pace of play. Angelo mixes them up. And our chance for a second perfect game of the weekend coming up here for Brad Angelo. Bill Fabian had one during the C-Squad competition last night. There you see Angelo getting ready to go. And Eddie Bird's in that perfect spot. We're gonna get back to the wide shot here. And a wrap 10. We saw that 6 do the job on the 10 earlier, but a 299, great game to vault Angelo up the standings. And game 3 coming up next. All right, game 3 underway. We're sticking with our leaders out of qualifying early on here, and then we'll bounce around once we get a score update. That link to the scores updated after every game is in your chat a little higher up. So, hey, Dan, good morning to you. Good to see you. Sorry we missed you here in Bowling Green. Good luck at the Tournament of Champions later on. Wish I could get down there to goings on here. And yeah, Don, we get a little later in the day. We'll have somebody sitting in with us, hopefully. I can talk a little bit more about the equipment. I honestly, I haven't personally touched the bowling ball myself in almost 6 years. I really haven't followed the bowling ball game in that amount of time. And I'm usually the play-by-play guy whenever I do these things. So, yeah, my bowling ball knowledge is basically, hey, what color ball is he throwing right now? So, and is it urethane or plastic? Yeah, Rock the Shell should be smiling a little more after that shot. There, yeah, he's just shrugging his shoulders on the way back after tripping that 4 out. So we'll get you some more information on the equipment later on today. So, hey, Duty! Welcome into the chat, sir. Thanks for watching this morning. Appreciate everybody that's joining us. I know it's bright and early for some of you. I just saw somebody in Idaho. I think you're hopefully your mountain time there. It's 9 on a Sunday morning. Our West Coasters now, yeah, 8:14. If you're on the West Coast and joining us, man, thank you very much for tuning in here on the PBA YouTube channel. Yeah, it looks like our landing page right now on that live scoring link. It takes you to the step ladder. So you just got to hit the left arrow next to where it says step ladder in black and white on the page and just get back to Cashers Round. And then we're waiting on the 10-game update for Cashers Round. Bobby Jekyll and Nina Asbury taking care of scores as quickly as possible. Get ready to turn things around, make it happen, get us some updates. Wow, we've got a hot pair over on 13 and 14. We'll get you over there momentarily. We'd have a 4-player Baker 300 on that pair, as they've got 13 shots thrown and 13 strikes between Fabian, Hurt, Shreve Jr., and Higgins Jr. Fabian, your A, Hurt, your B, Shreve Jr., who puts the fire out. Thanks, John. Sure. Excitement goes away right away. Son of a gun. No, there'll be more excitement, I'm sure. Shreve Jr. is your double A. Higgins Jr. your double B. And once again, if you get questions, throw them in the chat. Yeah, sometimes it might take me a few minutes to answer them because I am a one-man production crew here with 10 on the Deck Productions. That's my company. That's me. I'm your graphics guy. I'm your production assistant. I'll be ready to get you coffee later on. So, yeah, be patient with those chat questions. I'll get to them as quick as I can. Wow, the slide continues for Chris Barnes. He's fallen back from 2nd to 8th in 2 games. Randy Weiss still your leader, plus 356. Brett Angelo, that big 299 game. Angelo the second, plus 324. Bill Watson third, plus 312. Rock the Shell, 4th position, 305. Michael Clark Jr. plus 301. And John Koski, round out your top 6 at plus 300. Ron Hurt 7th, 281. Chris Barnes plus 267 and 8th. Higgins Jr. up to 9th, plus 263. Steve Kenyon having a heck of a morning so far. Kenyon is already up to plus 252, as Kenyon has games of 234 and 278 to start. So Kenyon's gone from outside the number for the top 16 into 10th. Your number 16 player right now is Michael Haggett, the big lefty, at plus 212. Wolzen still in the number 17 spot, first out at plus 206. 20 pins in back of that, Andy Reddig, and a bunch of pins in back of that, almost 60 pins back out of the numbers, Eddie Graham, and Scott Merritt, Troy Lint, Anthony Jovanovich. First 5 spots out of the number. But as we saw with Randy Weiss and Bill Watson game 1, Randy had a 105 pin advantage, and that went down to about 20 pins after one game, so you can get 80, 90 pin swings pretty quick. Just a matter of sometimes you can't have a lot of bodies between you and that person you need to get past. Obviously, somebody else shoots a big game as well, stays ahead of you. Keep you outside the number. All right, you guys knock it off in the chat with this greavy stuff. I'm getting hungry. I mean, they had some good donuts here from a local bakery at Almar Lanes this morning. They were pretty tasty. Yeah, there were no greavies, but you can tell when all the Wisconsin people are in the chat. So Snell covers that 5-pin. Snell's had a not so good morning, as he's fallen well out of the top 16. He's down to 26th at plus 113. He needs to find something in a hurry, as he's had games of 173 and 177. Meanwhile, Brad Angelo keeps finding a way to strike. Angelo 299 last game, and Brad with the front three here. Game 3. Man likes his building. He's won twice in the last 4 events, 2020 and 2022. John Marsala, our defending champion. Well, it's been nice having you bowl, Mr. Marsala, but he hasn't made a big move so far today. Marsala at just plus 120, so he's 92 out of the number. Marsala would have to get a couple of huge games to get back in. There's your man on the number now at Haggett. Boy, this morning these bowlers, hey, I'm the number. Let's just shoot a big game and not worry about that. Haggett well on his way now at the front 4. So 2 front 5s, 2 front 4s. We're staying here in the main feed. You have your choice of any pair in play. If you want to keep up with what our leader Randy Weiss is doing, they're next door on 9 and 10. Select that pair feed on the PBA YouTube channel. Open it up in another tab though, so you can keep us on here in the main feed for commentary, because if we got another player chasing perfection like Brad Angelo did last game and like he's doing this game, you're going to want to make sure to see those particular shots. Wow, that's the worst shot of the morning for Brad. I don't think that ball's even slowed down yet in the pit. Ooh, that had some heat on it. Let's check in with our leading groups here. Tom Hess stepping up on a double. Hess is sitting back in 15th position. Not a good morning for Hess. 203, 175, trying to right the ship, considering he was our B squad qualifying leader yesterday, and that's not going to help. Going through the nose and not breaking up the split. Watson currently in 3rd, plus 312. Randy Weiss still your leader at plus 356. Chris Barnes hanging in 8th right now at plus 267. There you see a great toss by Mark Clark. Clark in 13th, plus 242. Rock the Shell plus 305, trying to come back off an open frame. And that 3-6-10 is not exactly going to be easy. Mike Clark Jr. in 5th at plus 301, and Rakowski rounding out that pair. Rakowski in 5th. pardon me, in sixth at plus 300. So Fabian's bid of perfection ended. Higgins' bid of perfection ended. Angela's bid of perfection ended. He did pick up that washout. And now Haggett trying to stay perfect, and Haggett does. Try to get himself well inside the number, as he's on it right now with his plus 212 total. A little better on the speed there by Angelo. Oh. Hold on. Gotta grab the phone. Yeah, Wood County Sheriff's Department, I'd like to report a larceny. Yeah. Yeah, victim's name, Brad Angelo. Yeah, he's okay physically. Mentally, he took a little shot to the skull there with that solid 8-pin. Drop that live scoring link in the chat once again for everybody. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to see how the striking against breast cancer mixed double is doing down in Houston. I know, as Mark put in the chat, Linda and Ryan Barnes, they were the number 12 team after qualifying. They're taking 12 to match play. When Chris walked in the building this morning, he said they didn't have a good start in Houston, so I don't know how they're ending up yet. After the round of 29 here is completed, I'll take a peek at the SABC standings, see where they stand there. Ron, I'm not telling Eddie. I'm not telling Eddie anything. Somebody else can tell him. So Haggett perfect through 6. Fabian gonna trip that 4, not quite. So Fabian looking solid to get into a round of 16 at this pace. He's 30 up on Haggett, but then again, some other players near that cut number, including Tom Hess, including Rick Wolzen, including Eddie Bird, not having games that are setting the world on fire this round. Well, Bird is actually, as Bird leaves a 9-pin. If there is a tie for the number 16 spot to advance in the next round, it will be broken by a 1-game roll-off. We like the excitement of ties. We just like the time frame that ties take. Ties are always exciting. I like ties and step ladders because then that's that single ball roll off to break the tie. Check back in on our groups that entered today as our top 8. As Barnes, 4 goes, 9 stays. Weiss still your leader, but having some struggles this game. Nobody on 9 and 10 looking like they're having any fun in this pair. Clark needs to get something going here, and there you see that's not going. That just went through the nose. Clark just 30 pins up on the number. And another unforced error by Weiss. He had a couple of those last night towards the end of his block. Don't know if it's fatigue or... Wow, that was a bit unusual by Rock Teschel. That 8-pin went late on a mixer hit. And Barnes right now, he's got 55 on the number. Not a big flirt with the number at the moment. Problem is for Tom Hess, he's had the big drop, and he's only 2 pins up on the cut number, with Haggett throwing a huge game. And let's see who's going to fire first, Hess or Haggett. So it's going to be Hess, then we'll get down to Haggett, as Haggett's looking for the front 7. And Hess goes light after going high over adjustment. 210. And Hess is just going wow on the way back. You can't believe that ball, after the adjustment, went high. Wow. And speaking of wow, not even close for Haggett on the front 6. I'll tell you what, this pair does not look fun on 9 and 10. And that's our championship pair later on today. Get you a little closer look at Hess's attempt at the 210, and almost got a bounce out of the pit. Not to be, and another open frame for Hess. But now a maximum of 213 this game. Let's get back to Haggett, trying to pick up this 1 and 3, 7 and 9. Not enough across the head pin and the open frame. As Barnes scrambles him up, trying to get to 246 here. In game 3, Higgins trying to make sure he's seeing round of 16 action, as he's currently in 9th place, plus 263, and he's going to build greatly on that number. Eddie Bird trying to get away from that cut number as well with a big game. Fabian's going to take the 2 and move on. Fabian just 30 up on the cut number currently. Get to 235. But then we're going to get someone firing for Haggett. But Haggett back to striking. And there's Clark. Hess trying to right the ship, but once again, that 213 max, he's going to have a big sweat going into game number 4 of this elimination round. Everybody that's watching, do us a favor. You don't have to do it right now, but do it sometime today. Let all your bowling friends know, let your family know if they want to watch the stepladder action. They might not be huge bowling fans like our diehards watching us right now, but let them know they can watch some great PBA50 players for free on PBA YouTube for our stepladder finals. 3:30 Eastern time this afternoon, our scheduled start time for that stepladder. And if people can't watch live, that's a great part about on-demand viewing on YouTube. Once it's archived, shortly after the stepladder is completed, people will be able to watch it anytime they want. You can even rewatch some of the highlights on the PBA YouTube channel. And if you haven't subscribed to PBA YouTube already, please do so. Even though it's the off season for the PBA Tour, there's still a lot of content that makes its way onto the PBA YouTube channel in the off season, including PBA50 National Tour Stepladder Finals 1 week after they air on Bold TV. So if you missed Mark Clark's tremendous victory in the PBA50 World Championship over Chris Barnes, you can go back, rewatch that, as that's now on the PBA YouTube channel. And if you want to see Brad Angelo's victory this past Thursday at Vision Lanes in Weston, Michigan, that'll be added to the PBA YouTube channel this coming Thursday. So Fabian with a huge punch here. He's sitting in 12th, just 30 up on the number in that 235 game. It's going to give him some room over 16th place, getting into our fourth and final game of this elimination round. Brad Angelo trying to catch Randy Weiss. Weiss having some struggles. Weiss can max out at 190. And Angelo can go out for 255. Pardon me, yeah, 255. And Angelo is going to get past Weiss. We're going to have a new leader for the first time in a while. Weiss was our leader out of the gates on C-Squad last night. 834 for Randy's first three. Not a house record here at Alomar Lanes. We checked on that. It was 857, but that's on a regular lead shot on a single pair of lanes. Randy Weiss did it across the three pairs on this 40-foot Omeletto Monticelli pattern. But this morning, he's coming back a bit to the field. Started the day with a 75-pin advantage over second place, and now Randy Weiss is going to find himself looking up at someone on the leaderboard for the first time all weekend. So once again, your player movement is going to be skip a pair and land on the second. So the players you see here on 13 and 14 are going to get the move to 1 and 2. Best of luck to you on that. That's been a feast or famine pair all weekend long. Bill Fabian, he likes that pair. He had 300 on it last night, so he'll be happy to go down there this morning. Other players, we saw players struggle to 160 games when they hit 1 and 2. 15 and 16 is going to 3 and 4, and we'll be back with our fourth and final game of this initial eliminator round from Bowling Green, Ohio. We're in Alomar Lanes, and this is the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Phil Brylo with 10 on the Deck Productions. Thanks to the PBA YouTube channel for letting 10 on the Deck stream to PBA YouTube, and we couldn't do it at 10 on the Deck without our season-long sponsors with H5G Brands. Beat the Fall League rush. Get your team together. Figure out an idea you would like for your jerseys. You get those jersey orders in now. You'll have them before week 1 of your Fall League season. And if you got an idea and you're not good at drawing, I'm not good at drawing. I can let somebody know my idea. H5G Brands has some phenomenal members of their design team that can put your idea into a jersey, into other accessories. They'll help you be bold. They'll help you be creative. They'll help you be original. H5GBrands.com. And check out the new low pricing across the board and all their fine merchandise. And then the PBA LBC National Championships 2025 edition's done. Nothing left but the clash. You'll see Chris Barnes in that clash. They'll be announcing the event site and date and how to watch shortly, and get all your information when the 2026 LBC National Championships are announced. PBA.com/LBC tournament. Player movement, game 4 coming up next. Hey everybody, there's bowling. We're here at Almar Lanes. This is the 28th annual PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. Presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. And we want to thank all of our sponsors of this event. You mentioned some of our great silver sponsors a little earlier. We have some wonderful bronze sponsors as well that help not only pay a great prize fund here in Bowling Green, but also they're one of the reasons why we're able to bring this to you on the PBA YouTube channel. With Ace Mitchell, Bell Tire, Belleville Brothers Meat Market, Bob Stout Nationwide Insurance, Brandywine Golf Course, Deck Hanneman Funeral Home, Frisch's Big Boy, Great Lakes Garage Door, Habitat Security, Martian Rothenbuehler Attorneys, Staples Office Supply, Sunday Station, and Walmart. Some of our great bronze sponsors for the weekend. We will get you that 11-game scoring update, the 3 games from this morning added to the 8 games the bowlers brought over from yesterday's initial qualifying. And as soon as that's updated, we'll bring it to you. The live scoring link, you see it in the chat, so you can follow that as well. We'll get you down to our leaders momentarily as they are just starting to get underway on 13 and 14. Rudy Revs trying to stage a furious comeback, but I think it's going to be a little too late for Revs. So your bowlers are qualified first through fourth after yesterday's rounds. You see sitting on 13 and 14 with Randy Weiss, Bill Watson, Chris Barnes, Tom Hess. Fifth through eighth with Michael Clark Jr., Corey Rockdashell, John Rakowski, and Mark Clark. Over on 15 and 16. And speaking of 16, that's the number of players that will advance to the next round after this game as Rockdashell takes one in the shorts. Sends a 6 around the 10. And the pinfall will continue to carry over as they will bowl 3 additional games in the round of 16. Piling on the pinfall. That round will begin about 15 minutes after the last ball is thrown here in our initial elimination round. So we will keep all the streams going. We'll give you some nice scenic shots here inside of Almar Lanes. But we're going to take a little break on the audio commentary. It's just easier for everybody. Especially because then, hey, you can get a chore or two done at home. Get that honey-do list going during the breaks between each elimination round. And you'll hear us come back on the commentary. You'll hear the pinfall crash of practice. And you'll know it's time to come back and watch round of 16 action and then round of 8 action. There will be a new stream on the PBA YouTube page. It's already out there for the Stepladder Finals. And that is scheduled to start at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Barring any ties in any elimination round for an advancing spot, we should be on time for that 3:30 p.m. start. So hopefully you can get a few of your friends and family watching as well. We do have a new leader, as we mentioned, another big game by Brad Angelo. Angelo's first 3 games this morning. Nothing like shooting a little 803. 249, 299, 255 for Angelo to get him up to plus 379. Weiss in second, plus 338, 345 for Weiss. Michael Clark Jr. plus 338. Bill Watson fourth, plus 230. John Rakowski fifth, plus 229. Higgins up in the sixth, plus 319. It's plus 329 for Rakowski. Ron Hurt plus 316. Chris Barnes plus 302. Corey Rockdashell. Rough finish to game 3 for Corey, but he still finds himself in ninth at plus 279, and a pin behind that in 10th. John Shreve Jr. Bill Fabian 11th plus 277. Haggett a pin behind that. He was the number. Now it's at plus 276. Eddie Bird 13th plus 274, and then a bit of a gap between 13th and 16th, almost 50 pins, as Mark Clark is in 14th plus 243. Andrew Reddick in 15th plus 232, and Steve Kenyon gave a few pins back in game 3. As, a 173 game takes Kenyon back to the number at 225. So, hey, Rick Wolzen once again. He's been 17th all morning, I swear. Wolzen 9 back. Tom Hess now outside the number by 19 at plus 206. But Hess on fire with a strike with a spare and 2 strikes here in game 4 of this block. And then a big drop back to Cryway, apologies. Cryway plus 176, Merritt plus 170, so they're going to need some big games as well. I need to apologize to Stephen Crivy. I've been saying Crywye the whole time, and the YW is like a V, so Crivy. I've heard other bowlers say Crywye. I swear I heard. I owe him an apology all the way back to the LBC National Championships, too. I called him Crywye the whole time. He finished second. He finished behind Chris Barnes. Crywye had a chance to take that Open Classic Division title, but an open frame in the 10th on a super washout kept that from happening. Still going to be a nice check that Kirby's going to get from the LBC National Championships. I don't think there's anybody on this pair lane. Scott Merritt's just on the outside looking in at 20th, but he's 55 outside the number. So this is going to be the last time we'll see a few of these players this weekend. Might see them hanging around in the bowling center, but they will not be actively throwing a bowling ball. So Barnes is dropped from inside the top 3 to 8th place here in this cashier's round. Mark Clark needs to stay solid. He's only 18 pins above the cut number. Let's check in with a lot of the players that are making up the other half of our top 16. There you see Bill Fabian. Fabian plus 277, so he has a little breathing room. Over 50 pins over the number, and if Bill keeps striking like that, you won't have to worry about anything before the round of 16. Michael Haggett made the big move off the number with his huge game in Game 3. He was the number. Now he's up in the 12th, and he's 51 up on the number at plus 276, that big 264 game. The only blemish was a washout in frame 7 that he failed to convert. Oh, jeez. As my laptop decides to get a mind of its own as I check scores. So we'll keep an eye on Steve Kenyon in a second as well. He's bowling at 5 and 6. We'll get back to Tom Hess first, though. Like you, Bill Fabian, but we got to get to Hess. He's the man in 18th, currently trying to get back inside the number, and he's trying to put a 4-bagger on the board. Rap 10 says not this time. Oh, Fabian left a 10 pin on his own as well. Rudy Revs, not a good day for Rudy. Trying to finish out strong. Rudy back at plus 95, so yeah, no chance to get there. Kenyon, though, front 5. Boy, these guys, they find out they're 16th and they decide, hey, I'm going to start striking. As right now, Kenyon, the number plus 225, and he's putting up a bunch, trying to keep Hess in the rearview mirror. Get back to Hess as he's coming on to convert that 10-pin, which he does successfully. Oh, Redding, he's fallen way back. He's the number 15 spot. So right now, you look at the games for Kenyon. You look at the game for Wolozin, who's first out. Kenyon wraps the 10. And you look at the game for Hess, and it is not looking good for Andrew Redding. Big climb in the standings this morning. His first 3 games, 257, 219, 246 to get out of the bottom 4 and get in the 15th, but now it's going away quickly. Olsen needs to keep striking to have a chance. And he's got Kenyon in front of him, and he's got Hess chasing his tail pretty quick as well. And Splasher. Let's get back as Eddie Bird is in 13th. And Bird's not having a good start. An open, no doubles through 4. He's your bowler A on lane 3. So Bird, he's got a gap. He's got 42 pins over. Actually, he's got more than that. He's got almost 50 pins, 49 pins over Kenyon. But you look at the charge, and if Bird gets another open or 2 on the board, and there's your leader with Angelo. So Angelo, yeah, I mean, plenty of room. Same thing for Higgins. Let's get back over to Hess, stepping up. On lane 14. And Hess gets them all to go. It's going to be a chase for that 16 spot. No doubt about it. Yeah, anybody from basically right now, anybody from 13 up with Bird, I mean, you just can't shoot a $160 game right now. Plus 274 on up, you're pretty much advancing in the round of 16. You have to kind of light yourself on fire and stop, drop, and roll. And another 10-pin for Kenyon, and Kenyon's got to find a way to carry because there's footsteps behind him. No doubt about that. Eddie Bird's going to have a huge shot coming up here. He needs to start finding some strikes because he's low on that bunch. A bunch of guys in that 270 score range. At Rocktashill, 279 over in 9th, and you get down to Bird in 13th, and it's 5 pins difference. So there's a whole bunch of players put together. Rocketshell's having an okay game. He's pacing 190. Wozen now 3-bagger on the board. Now let's see what Bird can do on this shot. Only 1 strike in his first 4 attempts. And those counts, other than the strike, yeah, they're not pretty. When you're averaging 7. There you go, Eddie Bird. Ron Hurt, we'll see him next round, even with that 9-pin. He's just keeping it clean, moving on. And Haggett slaps him around. Take that, 6-pin. Over, let's see, over to Kenyon. And then we'll get over to Hess. They're going to be firing at basically the same time here. They're both on the approach. Actually, Hess making his way on first. Goes high, pays full penalty. Can Kenyon actually take a 10 out? Sure he does, but he leaves a 4. But a much better situation now for Kenyon than for Hess. And Hess has got to go for it. Hess has no other option at this point. Solid day for Bill Watson, sitting at plus 336. Murkowski as well, sitting in 5th. So everybody you see over on 15 and 16 should be advancing. Mark Clark having a solid game. Clark with that double, 2 spares double. He keeps that pace. He'll stay in the top. And Hess gets 1. Kenyon looking to shoot the spare. Keep it clean, Kenyon, and he does. That opening 5-bagger huge right now, because he's going to set the score everybody else is going to need to catch. Let's go check in on Eddie Bird. Can't get a double on the board. Needs to start more than filling frames. Needs to get a double or triple up there, because you look at the score that Kenyon's throwing, you look at the score at Wolzen's throwing. Actually, it's good over, as Wolzen's going to pick up a 10-pin, which he does. I mean, it's almost 70 pins difference between Wolzen and Bird, but Bird doesn't double or 3-bagger in there and leaves a couple of opens. It could be a big precipitous drop-off, and Bird can find himself on the outside looking in. Let's get back over to Hess. 237 now at the max after that open in the 7th frame. Big toss there for Clark. He's looking to stay in that top 16, and if he keeps filling frames from here on out, it's a pretty good chance to do so. Clark currently in 14th. We mentioned Reddick having his struggles. And Hess comes light, can't take the 2-5 out. Let's check in on Reddick. Reddick leaves a 7-pin, so Reddick can get to a max of 190. So that's going to drop him off pace for sure. And that miss, yeah, day done for Reddick. Day done. Let's see what Kenny can do, 10th frame. Another 10-pin. Hey, at least he got the strikes in bunches and made him pay off. Now there's Dutch stuff. Troy Lent's going to end his tournament competition.
I got it.
So still an outside chance for Wolzen, especially with the assistance he's getting from Redig at this time. As it looks like Hess might end up being on the outside. Kenyon with the cover. Let's check in on Roktashel. He's got to double offset the open. Might want to get himself one more strike to really feel comfortable. Chris Barnes going to advance easy. It's and Wolzen had a late charge last night just to make this round. Finished with a 270 game. A game in the 270s, I should say.
Really? Today?
Let's see what Barnes can do here. Kenyon carried his, so he gets to add 35 to his score. We'll stick with Clark here, and then we'll get down and watch Wolzen's fill ball. Great toss by Clark. We'll see him next round. Andrew Redding thinking of what could have been. Let's check in on Haggett. How can 3 pins miss the 8 pin? So Higgins pacing just fine. He had a ton. Rakoski okay. Obviously, Angelo, Weiss, Clark Jr., and Watson all going to be there.
35.
So 235. So that gets him to plus 252. 254, I'm sorry, plus 254. Can Hess get to plus 254? No, he can't. Hess is at plus 206. Hess can only get to 227. That's going to leave Hess on the outside looking in. Who'd have thunk? I mean, Eddie Bird would have to full fall apart. Bird pacing 180. Bill Fabian pacing okay. Fabian pacing 197. They'll still keep him ahead of Kenyon and Wolzen. Yeah, Hess has to strike out, and Bird or Fabian has to fully fall apart, or even Haggett. But then you're talking like throwing 3 opens in a row on the board if that happens. Might be a little anticlimactic here when it looked like it was going to be so close, getting into the final few frames of this initial eliminator round. There you go for Bird. Finally gets a double on the board. So Bird, even if he goes open, he's in the 170s, and he's still at plus 240 or so. And Hess can max out at plus 233. Yeah, Haggett goes open, open, open. He's at, same thing in the plus 240 range. If Fabian goes open, open, he's fine. Kirby's not even close to enough. And then this guy here, Chris Barnes, puts together a huge game. The last game to keep himself inside the top 8. Yeah, if Haggett if he goes 9 out, it's 171 and loses 29, he's still in the 240 range. It's still 247. That's to the plus. That's not enough for Hess to get by. Hess can max out at 233. So yeah, somebody needs to quadruple foul, break a limb off, that type of thing. So unofficially, and it's going to be close to official here as Hess steps up in the 10th frame. A little up on the toes on that shot. Gets them all to fall, but too little too late. Especially now that Bird is struck in the foundation frame. So unofficially and in no particular order, your top 16 advancing are going to be Brett Angelo, Randy Weiss, Michael Clark Jr., Bill Watson, John Rakoski, Dan Higgins Jr., Ron Hurt, Chris Barnes, Corey Rocktischelt, John Shreve Jr., Bill Fabian, Michael Haggett, Eddie Bird, Mark Clark, Steve Kenyon, and Rick Wolozin are your top 16. We'll have the full official order after all the scores are calculated by the Central Regional Manager, Bobby Jekyll. The stream will keep rolling. We'll have about a 15-minute break or so as scores are fully verified and everything's prepped for the next round. And we're going to be on all 16 lanes once again, as we'll have 2 bowlers to a pair of lanes and 3 games coming up in the round of 16 for the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2. Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Once again, want to thank all of our local sponsors and want to thank the season-long sponsors we have here at 10 on the Deck Productions with H5G Brands. Be bold, be creative, be original. H5GBrands.com. And the PBA LBC National Championships. Get all your information for the 2026 event from PBA.com/LBC Tournament. Enjoy the beautiful sights and ambient sounds of Almar Lanes, and we'll be back with that round of 16 momentarily.
Okay, PBA50 players, that concludes your 4 games of semifinal action in 2025 PBA Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by EU Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Unofficially, 16th position at plus 254, Rick Olesen, 254. So please hang on, we will go ahead and verify those scores. The top 16 advancing to the next round, just a heads up, position 1 will begin on lane 3, position 2, lane 4, and so on and so forth. Position 15 on lane 1 and position 16 on lane 2. We'll have checks for the remaining cashers as well. We're gonna try and get this turned around as quickly as possible so we can return to bowling. Thank you.
The 7-10 split stuff, buddy.
Get rid of that. You're okay.
Get sick of it. Again. I don't have to. One of these days he's gonna figure that out. Yeah. See what was clear. Up sort of sand towards the lane.
Right. As long as you warn everybody.
At least Eugene was there. He might have been coming.
One swap for one round. Wear a microphone. And we just edit it.
That would be awesome. That would be kidding.
One solid beat.
Right. Edit out the post and just put a parental guidance warning on it. And it's no.
That would be freaking awesome.
He's never got a break in his life.
I don't think he'd ever go for it, but I want him to go back.
He'd be testing if he shot 240, 250.
looks at me and he just shakes his head. Doesn't say a word. Just looks at me and shakes his head.
Bowling gods are listening.
Oh my god, it was like you couldn't have ordered any better. All right into the middle. There. Oh, look at that. Somebody take a screenshot of that and put it on the phone.
Gotta go D space, I space, C space, I.
I apologize for mispronouncing your name for the last two times I've seen you. Now I know it's holiday. I swear I heard it. I've never asked you personally. I swear I heard a couple guys say Taiwan.
They just start throwing you special case.
That's okay. There we go. No, get to Carter. Carter goes white pride. White pride. He's not sure with me. He goes, I can't spell it. He goes, white pride. He goes, are you making a TV show calling it? I'm like, really, Tom?
Knowing Tom, you probably would.
Exactly. Yeah. But, all you just see is W2 obedience, and that's where it's at. I was rooting for you at the LBC, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, well.
Yeah, that way you can say your name more. That's why. That's the reason why.
So you guys were focused on Andrew, which was good. Focus on what Andrew was doing. You know, don't. Yeah. But just look at me a nice check. Yeah. So it was a good run. Yeah. You know, this is good. They made a comment. The kids were watching. This is the first full year I've been. Okay. So this is all. We got some stuff local. This is what I've been doing. This is what I've been working. The full-time there. So, nice for this weekend. Yeah. If you get a check, it's a place to get one here. That's close. So, right. See you somewhere down the road. Well, yeah, see you somewhere down the road. See what happens and stuff, but appreciate it. Take care. Ah, you too. Yeah, I couldn't. So, Whole TV has to release the rights for the industry. Whole TV owns all the digital rights. Even though they release
All right, bowling fans, thanks for hanging with us during the break. Yeah, as we mentioned, it's 15, 20 minutes of downtime between the first elimination round and now the upcoming round of 16. They're getting all the scores re-verified, and look at these players underway shortly. We'll get you the lane assignments as well, so you can follow your favorite player on those particular tabs on the YouTube feeds. And we got 3 games coming up this round in the round of 16. All the pinfall carries over, so everybody's going to have their 12-game pinfall totals carry over. All the way down from our leader, Brian Angelo, all the way down to 16th place, Rick Wolozin. And once those 3 games are complete, the top 8 15-game totals will advance into the aptly named round of 8 for 2 more games, and then we'll cut to our top 4 stepladder. Approximately 3:30 p.m. this afternoon here on the PBA YouTube channel. So all your pair feeds, all your main feed here, this will be just one continuous stream through the breaks. So you don't have to keep opening and closing your browsers or searching around. And then once we get to the stepladder, there'll be a brand new feed, but you can find that link already on the PBA YouTube page. And if you haven't already followed the PBA YouTube page, all kinds of features out there all the time, including if you're a fan of the PBA50 Tour and you missed those step ladders or you're not a Bowl TV subscriber, you get to catch them 7 days after the finals happen on the PBA YouTube channel. So you can catch Mark Clark's victory in the PBA50 World Championship out there right now, and you'll be able to catch Brad Angelo's victory for the Hamtramck Singles Classic Championship this coming Thursday, as the PBA gets the ability to put those on YouTube 7 days after the championship round of an event. Glad to be here in Bowling Green. We'll be back in Ohio for a couple events, August 16th, 17th, August 23, 24. 16th and 17th will be at Community Lanes in Minster, Ohio. PBA Kremer Roofing Classic for that big super regional, and then we'll be back the following weekend. It's time to get cold watered. Playmore Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. PBABowlerStore.com. Central Classic presented by Moxie's Extra Pair, and that Coldwater event. I mean, it's a nice paycheck in Minster. It's usually at least $4,000. It might even be more than that this year. But Coldwater, $10,000 on top in Coldwater. And it's not a shabby paycheck here today either in Bowling Green, thanks to all of our sponsors. We'll give them a nice little roll here across the bottom of your screen. Huge prize fund here in Bowling Green. $5,000 going to our champion bowler today. Even Carlton Chambers, who unfortunately due to injury missed out on the opening round this morning, he's taking home $700. A lot of regionals taking home $700, usually finishing in like 6th place. So great prize fund here. Your top 4 today: $5,000 for first, $2,500 for second, $2,000 for third, $1,500 for fourth. Hey, even the 16th place bowler in this round is guaranteed $950. That's not too shabby for 2 days of work. So we want to thank Bill and Yogi Wamas and all their sponsors here, putting everything together so these players can have a great prize fund to bowl for and a great experience while they're here in Bowling Green. It's they're well fed. They might not be well rested at this point, especially if they were on C Squad last night. But they're definitely bowling for a lot of money here and having a great time in Bowling Green, Ohio. A couple more minutes, we should be underway with our round of 16.
Yeah, I messengered out the 10 to just leave the 7 after I had left the 7. Otherwise, I was going to go 7-8 real quick.
Sibo, good to see you in the chat, man. We missed you here today. We know you're fighting that hip injury. We hope everything's well. Thanks for checking in. Knowing you're alive always helps, so that's a good thing. Bobby will get that 29th place check for $700 in the mail to you, I'm sure. Wish you could have had a chance to bump it up a little bit more this morning. But health first, man, health first. And we'll see you down the road somewhere for sure. Hey, Nick, they're going to bowl 3 games in this round of 16. The pinfall carries over, so they're going to have all their 12-game pinfall totals. They'll pile on to that with these 3 games. And then 2 games after that. And after our 17 games are total up, top 4 will be seeded into the stepladder finals. That's scheduled to begin about 3:30 this afternoon. We're going to be close to that. We may be a little late on the start of that stepladder, but we'll keep you updated here as we get through the day if we avoid any ties for an advancing spot. Well, honestly, if there's a tie for 4th going into the stepladder, let's just bring it to the stepladder pair for, screw it. Let's make it a 5-player stepladder if that happens. Everybody's going to be watching it anyway, so forget doing it right at the end of the round of 8. Let's just bring it into the stepladder. That's my vote. I don't know if I get a say in it or not as being the broadcaster, but that's my vote.
It's only a 6-hour ride home.
Yeah. Oh, I ain't leaving home today. No way. I ain't heading for home. Plus, I got to see where Bill and Yogi might be going for dinner. I might have to tag along.
Or is that between him and Jeff? Where's that doubles from? Yeah, I meant in between, but that was between Jackson and or is that before?
Swing up, all right.
All right, let's give you the rundown of our top 16 here that we're waiting to get underway. Brad Angelo, your leader, plus 403. Michael Clark Jr., second, plus 386. Chris Barnes got himself back up in the third at 381. Dan Higgins Jr. making a nice climb today. He's up in the fourth, plus 352. Apparently winning that Baker shootout Friday night as part of the Pro-Am's got Higgins wanting to fill his wall a little bit further here. Bill Watson fifth, plus 351. Randy Weiss drops from the lead to sixth this morning at plus 347. Yikes. He may have been minus on that block. Yeah, let's take a look here. Open up in his games. High game at 215. Low game at 185. But, yeah, 802. He had that for 3 last night with 32 pins more on top of it. He opened to 834. So Weiss slowing down. He's in 6th. Murkowski, 7th, plus 344. Ron Hurt, 8th, plus 311. Mark Clark, 9th, plus 307. Bill Fabian, perfect game earlier in the tournament for Fabian, plus 304 in 10th. Eddie Bird, 11th, plus 297. Corey Racktashell in 12th at plus 286. Corey's got to get his act together. Move back up the leaderboard as he's standing 8 feet away from me. John Sharif Jr. in 13th at plus 282. Michael Haggett in 14th, plus 269. Steve Kenny was 15th at 260 over, and Rick Wilson makes his way into the top 16. He was hanging 17th, 17th, and 17th after each of the 3 games this morning to open, and a big game for Rick gets him into the number 16 spot. First bowler out. Tom Hess goes from 3rd overall to 17th in 4 games. Not a good morning for Hess, and Andrew Reddick was in the number and unfortunately fell out in the 4th and final game of that block. Down to 199, but hey, even Carlton Chambers, unfortunately, wasn't able to make it this morning due to injury. Sibo, nice to see you once again in the chat. Appreciate it. Sibo is going to be taking that 29th place check. Somebody asking about Troy Lint. Troy finished 22nd. Not a solid day today for Troy, as he only had a high game of 220. Offset by a low game of 202, but not enough to climb the leaderboard with the pace we were seeing this morning. So Lint leaves with the 22nd place check.
Assistant.
So, John Herman, what guys do for a living? I know a lot of the guys generally. I don't know what a lot of them do for off the lanes. I mean, Chris Barnes is Chris Barnes, and Tom Hess is pretty much a full-time player nowadays with some other interests. Randy Weiss does a lot of stuff with Motive Bowling when he's not back home in South Carolina. So yeah, there's a lot of guys like Tom Carter talked about last night. You know, weekend warriors. These guys are out here, week in, week out. Bill Fabian took up bowling again once he retired as a heart surgeon. So years away from the game, and now he's out here in the top 16 in Bowling Green. So yeah, all kinds of professions. I only know a few of them. But yeah, we'll see what happens here as we should be starting. Don't know what the slight delay is, but we should be starting momentarily.
Sounds like a great retirement.
Not sure why we're under a delay here. We should be underway momentarily. It looks like somebody asking about the round of 16 again. Let me put the live scoring link in there for you
Every time I go to downtown, it's driving through.
into the chat. So then that way, anytime the rest of the day today,
I live in the suburbs. Well,
you'll be able to hit that link and view
I'm in St. Louis County. St. Louis County and St. Louis.
those bowler scores. Your 16 bowlers involved in the round of 16. Brad Angelo, Michael Clark Jr., Chris Barnes, Dan Higgins, Bill Watson, Randy Weiss, John Rakowski, Ron Hurt, Mark Clark, Bill Fabian, Eddie Bird, Corey Rocktashell, John Shreve Jr., Michael Haggett, Steve Kenyon, and Rick Wolzen. So if you want to get ready to line up your pair feed for your favorite bowler, if you're going to double tab us, Brad Angelo will be on 3, Michael Clark Jr. on 4, Chris Barnes on 5, Dan Higgins Jr. on 6, Bill Watson on 7, Randy Weiss lane 8, John Rakowski lane 9, Ron Hurt lane 10, Mark Clark lane 11, Bill Fabian lane 12, Eddie Bird lane 13, Corey Rocktashell lane 14, John Shreve Jr. lane 15, Michael Haggett lane 16, Steve Kenyon lane 1, and Rick Wolzen lane 2 as we wrap around with our 15th and 16th position players.
You're not doing 80, 85, you're getting lost. I think it's like 4 or 5.
So waiting for the bell to sound and players to start their round of 16 practice.
Yep, I'm the same way. I live like 20 minutes from downtown. I'm in West County, and I'm in St. Louis County. And for me to get to work, it's generally 15 minutes. Well, the same way. If I leave 5 minutes later, then my normal, like, I'll usually leave my house at 7. So I gotta be there at 7:30. But if I leave at like 10 after, it's 30 minutes. And it's 12 miles. Yes, yes you are.
You got it, my friend. Take care. Drive safe.
Be safe, buddy. Thank you again. Oh yeah, that's the other part too. Probably. Depends on how this feels. Huh? No. She has her. Well, she were on her keys too. Plus I know I'm on my phone anyway. I can at least get in it. Really? I just got me a second. I just got bored after it's free. I get started, unlock it, do all that Well, I had a Canyon. I bought a brand new Canyon in 20, right? And it was free when I had it. I mean, there was no charges, there was no nothing, and I had it for 2 years. I mean, I had it for 2 years, and I didn't have to worry about it.
And just some of you PBA fans can pencil in some additional events you'll be able to watch here on YouTube for free. As I'm $2 Phil Bryla, my company, 10 on the Deck Productions, working in conjunction with the PBA. Thanks for letting them Thanks for letting us stream on the PBA YouTube channel. August 16th and 17th, we'll be in Minster, Ohio at Community Lanes for the PBA Kremer Roofing Central Classic. And the following weekend, we'll be streaming from Playmore Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. It's time to get cold watered. The PBA Bowler Store.com Classic presented by Moxie's Extra Frame and all of our 10 on the Deck productions. Get their assistance for our regional live streaming by H5G Brands. Be bold, be creative, be original. Get your PBA merchandise at h5gbrands.com and get all your information on the upcoming 2026 PBA LBC National Championships and get your date scheduled as soon as you can. Get the date and squad time you want. Bookmark that tournament page, pba.com/LBC tournament. Hoping to be underway here shortly with our round of 16 coverage. And we'll give you the full field rundown once again when the players get underway.
A lot of the new ones now have the big long ones right now, like 22. Yeah, I don't have, I have heated, I don't have like when I had my Canyon, I had my Canyon, like I said, I had the first brand new car I've ever bought. When I had this, I had to replace the computer and the screen 3 different times. It was either just brand new shuttle while you're driving, or it would freeze, you couldn't do anything. You could still do all the operations, and then you could fly, but the screen was they did that 3 different times. Here's the video. I'm now lying to you. You're like, oh, well, it's not going to do it for you. You can do it, unfortunately. Yes, that actually does. And that one, I had an SLE pack of that. I had one. And I finally set it down, and I found I went with a used truck this time. I got an 18 that was good. I rode in, got everything on it I wanted, and it only has a and I already had like 12. It was Cody time, so I wasn't driving. I have hardly any miles on the car on the new car. I'm like, they gave me what I paid for. They gave me what I paid for my Canyon. So I'm like, I'm done. Because the other truck I had was my Canyon. We were upside down a little bit, and I had to wipe everything out. Got it. And I had like an extra, like, 500, not much. pulled the gas. It's stuck real bad, and then he comes in and tells Cheryl, it just started doing, and I told him what we're doing, and then they call me back, yeah, we're going to replace the filter and me and said, but we don't have any cars. We don't have any loans. That's what he told me. I don't know how they did it. What am I supposed to do? I start bawling. They had it. And he puts it on my shoulder. He goes, why don't you talk to me? Because if we're spoken, Cheryl said, hey, just listen to this next deal. Your wife's going to die. And he's not going to talk to you. And then he looked at her and said, where I come to, talk to sister. I thought her aunt was going to kill him. So then Cheryl looked at him and said, you're fired, get out of my room.
Jeff, to answer your question in the chat, no re-oil until we get to the stepladder a little later today, and I think we're going to push that start time back off the 3:30 p.m. estimated start time at the I don't know why we're having the delay right now getting started with the round of 16, but these guys will get another 10 minutes of practice before it starts, and then we will be underway. Once again, your pinfall carries over, and if you want to follow your favorite player, we'll get you your bowler in the lane they're starting on. Brett Angelo, lane 3. Michael Clark Jr., lane 4. Chris Barnes, lane 5. Dan Higgins Jr., lane 6. Bill Watson, lane 7. Randy Weiss, lane 8. John Rakoski, lane 9. Ron Hurt, lane 10. Mark Clark, lane 11. Bill Fabian, lane 12. Eddie Bird, lane 13. Corey Rocktashelt, lane 14. John Shreve Jr., lane 15. Michael Haggett, lane 16. Steve Kenyon, lane 1. And Rick Olsen, lane 2. That's your starting lineup for the round of 16. Be sure to get your Dodger dogs between innings.
Issue with the PBA. Right. I mean, hell, we got we know what position we're in, just carry it over. I'm going home.
assignments for the round of 16. Brad Angelo, lane 3. Michael Clark, lane 4. Chris Barnes, lane 5. Dan Higgins, lane 6. Bill Watson, lane 7. Randy Weiss, lane 8. John Rakowski, lane 9. Ron Hurt, lane 10. Mike Clark, lane 11. Lane 12, Bill Fabian. Lane 13, Eddie Bird. Lane 14, Corey Rock Teschel. 15, John Shreve. 16, Michael Haggett. Lane 1, Steve Kenyon. And lane 2, Rick Wallazin.
Hey, everybody, get ready to watch some practice. That's right. We're going to finally get underway here in Bowling Green, Ohio with our round of 16. Yeah, I should have said Chicago Dogs. That's true, too. So I could have said Chicago Dogs before. Thanks, Jeff. Reminded me of that. I do like a good hot pepper on my hot dog. So we'll be underway here momentarily. There you see practice getting ready to start. Here for the round of 16, PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. And once again, we're going to thank our sponsors during the practice. There you see all of our platinum and gold sponsors. And let's thank our silver sponsors as well with A&S Asphalt, ASD Remodeling, Beer Co., Classic Products, The Core Internet Service, Doc's Ribcage, Easy Street, JB Construction, Jets Pizza, KR Strike Force, Ora Sunoco, Rose Realty, Turbo Grips, Wow Marketing, and WTG Seamless Gutters. And our bronze sponsors with Ace Mitchell, Bell Tire, Belleville Brothers Meat Market, Bob Stout Nationwide Insurance, Brandywine Golf Course, Deck Henneman Funeral Home, Fritch's Big Boy, Great Lakes Garage Door, Habitat Security, Marsh and Rothenbuehler Attorneys, Staples Office Supply, Sunday Station, and Walmart. Thanks, everyone, for the support. Tell you what, even though the guys got knocked out after that morning elimination round, when a few of those guys that got knocked out, when they got that check in their hand, and they saw the nice amount, thanks to our sponsors for getting knocked out this early in the event, there were some pleasant surprises on some faces. You don't usually see those $700 checks for getting knocked out in the first round of the Sunday. Usually that's like a $400 check. So thanks to all of our great sponsors for not only making that prize fund possible, but also getting us on the air here on the PBA YouTube channel and 10 on the Deck Productions in conjunction with the PBA. Thanks to the PBA for letting 10 on the Deck stream to PBA YouTube this weekend, and we couldn't do it without our season-long sponsors for 10 on the Deck, h5gbrands.com. Be bold, be creative, be original, and get your PBA merchandise, the official stuff, at h5gbrands.com. And then the PBA LBC National Championships, that LBC Clash will be coming up sooner than you know it. Chris Barnes, one of the participants in that clash, as the winner of the Senior Classic Division here in 2025. They'll be shooting out for some big bonus money. Date, time, and place, along with broadcast details, will be announced soon, and keep your information handy to register for the 2026 PBA LBC National Championships when that's announced. PBA.com/LBC tournament. So we've got about 7 minutes of practice left, and we'll be underway. Once again, if you're looking for a certain player, as we start, Brian Angelo in lane 3, Michael Clark Jr. lane 4, Chris Barnes lane 5, Dan Higgins Jr. lane 6, Bill Watson lane 7, Randy Weiss lane 8, John Rakowski lane 9, Ron Hurt lane 10, Mark Clark lane 11, Bill Bill Fabian, lane 12. Eddie Bird, lane 13. Corey Rockdale, lane 14. John Shreve Jr., lane 15. Michael Haggett, lane 16. Steve Kenyon, lane 1. Rick Wolzen, lane 2, as we scan. Activate the security camera here and scan all 16 lanes we have to bring to you here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. Hey, and don't forget your 2-hour special Monday through Friday. Get your 2 hours of bowling with your shoe rental, $10 a person. That's a pretty solid price there for some daytime bowling during the summer. And they're one of the centers here that also have Kids Bowl free. Great program for your family. Your kids can bowl up to 2 games a day, shoe rental not included. Thanks to Kids Bowl free, and I know Almar Lanes here, a great host for that program during the summers. And you go to kidsbowlfree.com and check out what centers near you may be offering Kids Bowl free. And we want to thank them for their gold sponsorship of this event. Jimmy, I don't like listening to myself either. Don't worry about it. So, but it's in my contract. I have to talk while I produce these shows because nobody else will do it. But hey, you made it about 7 seconds longer than some people do. So I appreciate you hanging around for 9 seconds or so. It's awesome that you did that. About 5 minutes of practice remaining. We'll give everybody a little time to enjoy the ambient sounds and beautiful sights of Almar Lanes, and we'll be back to open up this round of 16. 3 games of competition coming up before we cut to our top 8 players.
Got about another minute, players, about another minute. Practice, please. Recycle those pin stickers first ball cycle. Spectators and fans, as a reminder, please turn off those cell phones while round of 16 is going on. The bowlers greatly appreciate it. Okay, 12 games in the books. These 16 competitors are going to bowl 3 more games, and then we will cut to the top 8. Once we get to the top 8, they'll bowl 2 more games. And then after those 2 games, the top 4 will advance to the step ladder this afternoon. Okay, bowlers, when your arrows come up and you have a full rack of pins, you begin your three-game semifinal action, the 2025 PBA Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open Classic, presented by Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance.
Thanks, Bobby, for the announcements there. We are underway round of 16. Joining me in the booth, Brian Schmidt. And Brian, you've been rooming this weekend with Corey Racktashell. He's had a pretty solid weekend. Dropped off a little bit towards the end of game 4 of that last block. So what advice did you give him?
Stay aggressive. That was the biggest thing. The lanes have changed, especially as he's gone to the higher end and slower and angular. As we saw, left a few interesting combinations. So stay aggressive, and I think good things will happen.
So we are on the Monticello pattern remnants that were out first thing this morning. They're going to continue on the remnants through the round of 8 as well. Once we get to our stepladder finals in 9 and 10, and we'll have a fresh application of the pattern. And we are starting here with our players 1 and 2. They're in the 15-16 spot, just to make sure that the players that started off the morning seated first and second didn't start on the same pair again on 1 and 2. And actually it doesn't matter because Brad Angelo and Michael Clark Jr. weren't even close to the top 2, and they had a great opening round today. Angelo on 3 and 4 is plus 403. He's your bowler A. Your bowler double A is going to be Michael Clark Jr. And then next door on 15 and 16 are your, next door on 1 and 2 are your 15 and 16 qualifiers. Steve Kenyon and Rick Wolozin. And tell you what, Wolozin's only 50 out of the number, 60 out of the number. So 60 out 3 games, it's easily achievable for Rick if he can strike like he did. He seems to find something in the last game of every block.
He rallied back excellent the last couple games. Hard and straight, and he carried. And I think that's going to be, well, hopefully 1 and 2 will be good to him, but I think that's going to be the key with this pattern as it has blended out and got a little squirrely.
Well, you bowled yesterday. You were on the morning squad and A squad, and
I threw the ball.
You threw the ball. It didn't seem like a lot of players are having a problem getting to the pocket on the Monticello. The problem was getting the ball to get through and get 10.
100%.
Lots of 9 pins, lots of 7s, lots of 10s.
Yep.
For some guys, sorry Tony Jovanovic, but lots of 7-10s.
Yeah.
And as we saw for Tony this morning, as he failed to advance out of that opening round, is the angle the key to getting all 10 down in this place? Is there such a thing as not enough angle here at Almar Lanes to get the ball through?
You know what? I think guys with hand, Mark Clark, Corey, Chris, if they're lined up, they're going to carry. The guys who can play straight, that's not a bad thing either. Okay. It's just a matter of getting the ball to the spot and getting it to go through the pins. You know, pretty much like any pattern. Kind of like last week too, that light half pocket hit seems to carry exceptionally well. High flush, there's a lot of 10 pins.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, a lot of wrap 10s too.
Yes.
I mean, we've seen that 6 go at about Mach 2 around some 10s all weekend long. There you see your number 3 player, Chris Barnes, now 4-9. We mentioned angles.
There we go, right on cue.
Right there. Barnes at plus 381. Higgins Jr. Is your double A on the scoreboard. Higgins Jr. in 4th at plus 352. Bill Watson, you see stepping up. He's your A on 7 and 8. Watson at plus 351. Randy Weiss, who was your leader after yesterday. Not a good round this morning. Basically a 200 average for Randy for his 4 games, and he sits at plus 347 in 6th place.
Yeah, he went to the car and brought in another, I think, 6 balls.
Well, Jeff Johnson told us last night in the chat that Randy's probably got 70 bowling balls in the back of his SUV.
I think there's a definite heavy-duty suspension on that vehicle.
Hey, Randy, what'd you do to trick that thing out? I got some steel plate. I got some off-road truck suspensions. Yeah.
24-inch tires.
It's all good.
Yep.
So we'll move over to our next pairs on 9 through 12 momentarily. As Weiss gets 3 in a row on the board. There you see Ron Hurt and Rakoski on that pair. Rakoski in 7th at plus 344. He's your bowler A. Hurt your double A, plus 311. Next door, Mark Clark. He's had a steady climb up the leaderboard today. He's in 9th, plus 307. Bill Fabian, who's the author of our only perfect game to this point in the event. Did that last night in the later part of C-Squad qualifying.
On 1 and 2.
On 1 and 2, yeah, that's a good one for him. Fabian plus 304.
I think Ron, right now, I think is going to be the guy that can make a big move here. With as firm as he is with the ball and as accurate as he is, I think this is definitely going to be in his wheelhouse. He's already started with a 3-bagger. I mean, it's easy to say that, but I think it's going to be good for him. I watched him a lot at the World Series, and other than 3, 4, 500 9-pins that he left, he bowled very, very well.
Right there, flush. Let's take a look here at Rakoski.
Yeah, once again, straight, firm, matter of carry.
In a situation like this, 2 on a pair, are you trying to play on top of the other player that's with you at this point in time, or is it still, do a gotcha? I mean, if you have a pretty similar style, like you said,
Yes.
with Hunt and Rakoski, they can play on top of each other.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
I don't think a Fabian and a Clark they might be looking at break points down lane, but I don't think that they're going to be playing on top of each other the first 40 feet.
I think by game 3, Bill will have the same amount of revs as Mark does after game 1. But it doesn't matter. Bill's accurate, hard, carried. However you can get to the pocket and carry. I mean, that's the thing. As you pan around all the different pairs, you see a lot of different styles. So that's one of the things that happens with this pattern. It caters to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, but you look at Hurt and Rakoski right there, and you could overlay those 2 shots on lane 9, and I don't think all you'd see is one bowling ball if you're on the overlay.
Yep.
So Clark looking for front 4, and you just see the angular difference through the entire lane between Fabian and Clark. Let's get over to our final pairings here. Eddie Bird, he's your man, 11th at plus 297. Rockdashell in 12th at plus 286. And next door, your 13 and 14 players, John Shreve Jr. plus 282. Shreve Jr., your bowler A. There you see your bowler double A, Haggett. Haggett with a nice run this morning to get up in the 14th at plus 269.
I think he's our last standing lefty, correct?
I believe so. A lot of them got bumped out. There were 4 in the last round, so 3 of our lefties have left the building.
Yep.
And so once again, Rick Wolzen is 60 pins out of the number. That number is Ron Hurt at plus 311. And Hurt looking to pile on that early as he's got a 4-bagger and now a spare in the 5th. So 20 pins a game. Heck, you can make up 60 pins on an opponent one game. They shoot 170, you shoot 230.
Yep.
There you go. So
I think in the four game format, you can give yourself a little bit of a break if you have a bad game, especially if you had a little bit of a lead if you're in the top 6, 7. Now 3 games, go make good shots. Stay clean. Yeah, Eddie with a 4-9.
Hey, Todd Chell, Jenny Wonders in the chat. Good to see you guys. I'm sure Todd will be heading to the TOC to wrap up the PBA50 season. And hi Jenny. Thanks for saying hi to me. I appreciate that. Apparently, Brian, you're the superstar now. So it's good to know. Good to know. Good to know I brought the superstar talent in for this one. So
many days of preparation for this. I mean, minutes. Wasn't it minutes?
I think it was minutes. I think we had a little talk during the opening round this morning for a while, and then you were helping rock the shell off for a bit. You may be throwing the headset off in a second here and having a little coaching session with Corey. So back home for both you guys tonight then?
Absolutely. Get around Chicago. Hopefully get home before it's too late. Get up in the morning and feed a couple hundred kids.
Yeah, for you. And then Corey's getting getting that Kettle Recreation Center open in Slinger, Wisconsin. Are they open yet?
They are not.
They are not yet. Okay, so they're still working on getting the doors open there. But can't wait. I've seen some pictures.
It's beautiful inside.
Yeah, there's some IT company that's working with them to point of sale and everything. They have the Neoverse wall and all that cool stuff in there. And they were bragging about how good they've got the Kettle running with their IT and that Neoverse wall is sharp looking, no doubt about it.
And what they've done with the center with the colors is outstanding.
Yep.
So it'll be a nice benefit to Wisconsin bowling and Wisconsin area.
Yeah,
Slinger,
absolutely.
if you're in the beautiful southeastern Wisconsin.
Yep. Let's see. We're in Bowling Green, Ohio at Almar Lanes here for this PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. It's not only the biggest paying PBA50 event of the year for the regional action, it's also the longest titled PBA regional event of the year.
Yeah, it's awesome. They do a great job here.
Well, yeah,
Absolutely.
with the long title comes a lot of sponsor money. I have no problem
Yep.
with that, as our graphics department getting a little out of hand with the graphics here.
Corey with his grandma's teeth there again. 3-4, 7-10.
Wow, he's left that 3-4 combination
Yep.
at least 3 times today, and he's yet to pick any of those up. Let's get back down to our leaders and our players trying to climb up out of 15-16 spot with Kenyon and Wolves in on 1 and 2. So, hi Jenny. I'm not personally going to be at the Sussex Regional because I'm going to be in Ohio. We're trying to get that Sussex Regional covered. I've got a producer working on it. We got to work with some other people to get that regional live stream with a date change. I got snuck on by a date change on that one, and hopefully we can live stream that for everybody too, because that's a great. There's a lot of the same guys you see here at this PBA50 regional this weekend. You'll see quite a few of them there in Sussex as well. The Hanen family putting on a couple of PBA regional events this year, one at each of their centers, 50 at the Sussex Bowl, and they'll have a PBA regional event in Waukesha, Wisconsin at Foxview Lanes. So a couple of chances for everybody to check out the string pins.
15 minutes from home is nice, better than 6 hours.
How is Bill Watson bowling? Bill Watson's bowling pretty darn good again today, as Bill Watson sitting in 5th. Actually, let's get over and see if Bill's up on the approach yet. Not yet. Sitting there, he's checking his. What do you think? Checking emails, checking texts. I don't know. I don't think he's keeping his bowling stats right now. There's too much. There's too much finger movement there. Should I be a mean human being and try to zoom in on him? Get the security camera here. Let's see. Oh no, we can't see Bill's phone. Bill's phone, unfortunately, he's hiding it behind the fan. That's a smart man.
Sneak.
He knows where the cameras are here. Oh, and the 8 goes late for Weiss, but it still goes.
I'm thinking Strader is greater on 13 and 14. Eddie and Corey are not having fun.
No, they are struggling quite a bit. One guy that's not struggling a bit, though, is John Shreve Jr., as John is sitting in 13th coming in at plus 282, so he needs to make up 30 pins to get inside the number, and we'll get down to Shreve when he steps up in the 10th frame, as he has a chance to put up 268 in this opening game. Actually, let's get over to Mark Clark first, as Clark stepping up. Clark also with that chance at 278.
It's been on quite a roll. Emotional win, a World Series. Hopefully he got his extra week's vacation so that he can bowl in the championship.
Well, while we were away, Bill Watson just decided to put 2 more strikes on the board. We'll get his 10th frame shortly as well, as Watson's going to have a chance for 238 for the opening effort. Rock-the-Shell and Bird are they might be dropping all the way down to 15 and 16 with the scoring pace right now, and the efforts. Wow!
There we go.
What tomahawk the 7? My goodness, that was a little unusual. That 7-pin went down hard and then got all the way over to the 10-pin. But now, yeah, max of 207 for Rock-the-Shell, and Bird is looking at a max of 179. Not pretty.
You got Ron and John both shooting possible 250s here.
Yep. Let's get back over there, check that out.
Yeah, he's lined up.
Yeah. No, he's your call this round. He's the first bowler you called out this round. There's a good chance to move up, and he is doing it. Haggett looking to put in the finishing touches on a 234 with a strike, which he does. Let's get back over to Fabian. It's Fabian looking to put up 248. Because he's on the outside looking in right now in 10th place. Bird in salvage mode right now, trying to get to that 179. He did strike in the 8th. Yeah, Hurt, look at him go. That could be a big advantage for both Hurt and Burkowski. Their last 2 games of this block, being able to just read off of each other.
What's our flip here?
I don't know. I did not get a flip chart yet. So I know there's been some
issues.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
We won't pick on.
Politically correct.
We'll say generic IT issues.
There we go.
They haven't been affecting our live stream, but it's affected some other tournament.
John with a trip 2 and a second ball in the 10th. Going to shoot 260 something. Shreve, I should say. More than one John bowling. Ron finishes it out, 258.
Yeah, we missed Shreve on the end. I promised him to get his 10th frame. I'm going to get the last shot of his 10th frame.
Well, he's probably happy you didn't see the last one. That was a trip 2.
Okay. And he'll be firing after Rock-the-Shell fires in the 9th.
Ball change.
Ooh. Teaser 7.
Yep.
Goes down.
And a kick.
How about that? Easy. So we'll get some updated score totals for you. We'll get some graphics changed, and we'll try to figure out where your players end up after this first game. And Brian will be back with me for game 2 here in the round of 16 from the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. All right, waiting for the Game 13 update to come across. Should get that relatively quickly, barring any further IT issues. Otherwise, there might be somebody walking out with a chalkboard and old school in it.
The
You remember those
whiteboard.
days, Brian?
Yes, the whiteboard. The first time I was an alternate, I got to use a whiteboard and try to keep everybody up to date. That was fun.
So there you see Higgins and Barnes coming on down. We've got Watson and Weiss taking things over on 15 and 16. And we'll get you through the rest of the field momentarily once we get that update. We'll keep an eye on players. Glad to have Brian Schmidt in the booth because basically now I got a second set of eyes because I don't have a lane movement chart
It was
due
a
to
big,
IT
big
issues.
jump.
So yeah,
13 and 14 went to 5 and 6. So
yeah, they're making
6
sure
lanes.
they get across the house. I think one thing they always try to make sure too is that nobody's getting end pair as well. You don't want to have somebody go from 15, 16 to 1 and 2. Not that bowlers would make an excuse about it, but
They're all the same.
yeah. Check the topography graphs. I'm sure there aren't any for this bowling center, as along with most bowling centers. So some big games for a lot of players, but yeah, our players that started on 13 and 14, we were talking off air during the break. Let's see if it's the pair or if it was the players, as we've got Higgins and Barnes on this pair. Barnes coming off a 214 game.
Yeah, I think anything under 220 that game you lost a lot.
Yeah.
There were some scores.
So however these got broken down by the players a little bit earlier, it's keeping the scoring pace going. Where a lot on A, especially on A and B squad yesterday, boy, it got to, you know, game 4, game 5, game 6, and they got a little squirrely for a lot of players. Didn't see that on C squad last night, and now with, you know, cream of the crop on the lanes all day long, you're definitely not seeing super squirrely this morning or this afternoon. It is afternoon here in Bowling Green. I don't know if there's anywhere in the United States where it's still morning. Nope.
All the West
on
Coast
the West
people.
Coast, 11:49. Yeah. So. Let's see. I always love these people. 249 people watching worldwide. Yep, bowling is dead. Well, considering this stream really hasn't been promoted a lot, I'm not worried about only 249 people watching, because guess what? People tune in. That's the great part about YouTube and other streaming services. Fire it up whenever you want.
Yep.
We know people are out and about on a Sunday afternoon, and we know we might only have a few hundred people watching the Stepladder later live, but you turn around and later on in the day, over the next few hours, people want to see how the Stepladder came out. We'll have plenty of views on this. I'll be a happy camper.
Speaking as a bowler, appreciate everything. Appreciate what Phil does. If you're just sitting at home, 300, 400 miles away, Phil lives in Wisconsin, and Phil packs up the vehicle. He does something on Wednesday nights in Wisconsin, packs up his vehicle, comes down here, 5.5 hours away to do this for our bowlers.
Yeah.
And I, for one, am very blessed, and I am very thankful that he does it. If you're in the middle of Nebraska somewhere and you like bowling, you got something to watch. And I'm very appreciative. So
Thanks. Appreciate that from everybody in the chat as well. Some people just popped in now. Oh, hey, somebody said they were just in southeastern Wisconsin, Matt, and got to stop by Holler House. Oh, that's a beautiful place. We actually did a TV show there.
Yes, you did.
One of our TV shows for the Bruce City Bowling Show. In the lanes on Holler House. Had cameras hanging from the ceiling and on the walls, and yeah, we made it happen. So, and a couple years back, during the World Series of Bowling in '23, you had yourself the USA versus the World roll-off between Tommy Jones and Belmo. And I remember the looks on the guys when they got in the door and walked downstairs and like, really?
Yeah.
Welcome to the world's oldest continuously sanctioned bowling lanes.
It's honestly a holy grail if you are a bowling enthusiast or just appreciate bowling, just to go there and walk in and go, oh my goodness.
Yeah, welcome to 1905 bowling. And
100%.
one of these days, Brian, if we're there together, I'll show you where my wife's bra is hanging from the ceiling there. So it had a place of honor a while ago. It used to be hanging on the cash register at Holler House. So. All right, here we go. Score updates online may take a little bit. Once again, we got that IT issue. So we got Brad Angel leading things off here after 13 games. That would be a plus 417.
Here we go, manual adding. Here we go.
Hold on, Brad Angel came in. Yeah, plus 403, 257.
That's 60.
No, that's 60.
Yeah, 460.
I see what happened. It added. I see what happened. Now we gotta do manual adding here. We'll
need a pen.
We'll find Bobby Jekyll again. Hold on one second. I'm gonna leave your microphone on, Brian, if you want to let everybody know what's going on.
All right.
The wonders of IT sometimes. We're going to get that total updated and run it past you manually here momentarily. Bobby Jekyll all over that.
Yeah, we don't want to be responsible for bad math.
I've had enough bad math in my time. Yeah, no doubt about it. So get you that update. Hey, Germany chiming in the chat. Good to have you on here as well. So, yeah, one guy complains about 240 people. Bam, another 40 people join. Here we go.
Here we go.
Slap it out. Oh, Wozen can't get that 10 to go down. And those players, Kenyon and Wozen, started 15 and 16. They're not 15 and 16 anymore, something tells me.
Kevin, you spelled my name wrong.
Man, we're glad to have everybody here. We appreciate it.
That's a good friend when he knows how to spell your name.
On a Sunday afternoon, and it's a hot and muggy one here.
Yeah, it is. And we get to
Ohio.
drive back into storms. So
Oh.
exciting stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not driving
Yeah,
back
you get
to
to
the
stay.
mile. So yeah, I got to tear all my stuff down, pack up the Renault car
Yes.
and the trailer, and then hopefully that 2-speed manual transmission holds out.
That's another thing I didn't say. You're a one-man show right now. I'm happy to sit in here and help pass the time with you, but we got here Thursday. You're in here setting up, and you're here all day yesterday. 6 o'clock, 6:30, whatever time you got here.
18 hours.
Yeah, you were
plus
here all day.
yesterday. Yeah.
And now you're here all day today. You walked in the door when we walked in the door. And when the bowlers are done, you got to tear everything down and put it away.
Yeah, and we'll make the drive back tomorrow, back to Wisconsin. And as we said, back down to Ohio, August 16, 17, August 23, 24 in Minster and Coldwater. That, once again, will be a standard PBA regional for each of those events. And I'll tell you what, I know EJ Tackett has a schedule conflict for one of those two regionals, but you're going to see a lot of the PBA Tour players there, especially for Coldwater. Coldwater is $10,000 on top. I mean,
awesome.
This week at the Lucy, I believe, they're splitting $20,000, so $10,000 a team winner at the Lucy for that great event as well. So a regional stop that's paying the same as a stop on the national title. You can't go wrong with.
Absolutely not.
Somebody's blaming autocorrect for
Yeah,
their
that's Kevin.
misspelling your name.
Yeah, that's Kevin.
Peter Knopp, no, he did not make it through yesterday's qualifying rounds into the day. I haven't seen him in the building either. I saw Tom Carter a while ago, but did not see. Usually, doesn't Peter usually stay with Tom when he's in the States? I don't remember. I know years ago they did. Peter usually slept on the roof, I think.
Yeah.
Or
Tom might
the
be
mobile
too
home.
big time now. I'm not sure. He was getting ready to. I talked to him a little bit, and he was getting ready to pull out and head to Lorraine, I think.
Yeah, a lot of regional action for the guys that have time. Yeah, Lorraine on Tuesday, Wednesday, practice tomorrow. And then they go to West Virginia for a regional, and then the PBA50 Tournament of Champions at Suburban Lanes in Morgantown. So they're going to keep him busy through the first week of August or so. And Brad Angel, you see the fist pump there. Let's check in with our friends on lanes 1 through 4 as Higgins gets the railroad. Picked up Mark Clark having a solid game. Hey, there we go. So plus 460 for Angelo. Clark plus 386. Weiss plus 347. Barnes. No, I'm reading. Yeah, there we go.
460,
425. And 406 respectively for Angelo, Clark, and Weiss. Barnes 395. 381 to the plus for Wiskoski. Hurt is 369. Watson 354. And your number, Dan Higgins, at 353. Just 3 pins behind is John Shreve Jr. Mark Clark, just 9 pins out. Yeah, it's close. I hate to say it, the only people that really don't have a shot right now are Wolozin. Wolozin's 100 out. It would take 2 huge games for Rick.
Yeah.
Same thing for Eddie Bird. Eddie Bird's 98 out. Rock to Shell 70 out. Rock to Shell's going to need a ton. We'll check in on Bird and Rock to Shell, but I don't see tons getting thrown up there. Nope. Rock to Shell, no, and Bird's plugging along. He's clean, but he's only got 1 double, and that's not going to cut it. Haggett, though, single pin miss. No doubles to this point, and a couple single pin misses for his lane mate. Haggett on that pair with Shreve Jr. So Shreve Jr., who's just outside the number, giving some pins back he can't afford at the moment.
Jump to 1 and 2.
Yeah, let's get back there.
Thrawn. See where they're at.
Hertz open, but 2 doubles, so he's pacing 2-0 to 2-teen.
And Rakowski is working on 279.
So, Rakowski already up in the 5th.
Yep.
Let's check in on the high end with players that started in the 3-4 spot.
Randy. Ugh. 93 in the 6th.
Yeah, and Randy was up in the 3rd, back up in the 3rd after his 259 opening game.
With a 210 right now.
Barnes would like to take a blowtorch to lane 14 as he can't find a way to strike on that lane. And now Weiss with another open. Yeah, it is downhill fast for Weiss. Weiss only 53 pins above the number.
Right.
It's real easy to go from third to out. Heck, it's go. It wasn't. I don't want to say it was easy for Hess to go from third to 17th today, but he just could not get the ball reaction going he was looking for, and every time it was a small mistake.
Paid for it.
Yeah, there were pins across the lane from each other. Tough morning for Hess as he finished as the first bowler out of this round of 16. Nice toss there by Watson.
This is going to shape up to a very tight third game, I think.
Yep. Let's get back down to 1 and 2 as Fabian on 3 and 4.
Yeah, he's got a strike.
So Fabian looking to get to 258. Fabian bowling with Mark Clark. And Clark had that opening effort that dropped him out of the number. 230. Well, I shouldn't say dropped him out of the number, kept him out of the number, but 237, and you're still out of the number. Just goes to show you how the scoring pace is picked up on the remnants of this Monticelli pattern.
15 and 16 is rearing its ugly head right now.
Let's get up there. As you can see, Watson now 2-4-10. Higgins needs to go to eBay to buy a double, apparently.
Everybody
This
on
game,
that pair.
yeah.
Both guys.
As Higgins' 201 opening effort dropped him down to the number. And a number of players nipping right at his heels. And if he doesn't get a 3 or 4 bagger in there right now, he's going to find himself out of the number with 1 game to go. I mean, Barnes has got a few more pins on him. Barnes is sitting at plus 395. So Barnes 42 pins up on Higgins. But Barnes can't buy a double either.
No, double would go big here. There we go.
Hey, it can happen, Dan's thinking to himself. I can double. I am somebody.
We're seeing why the bowlers bring in 9, 12, 15 balls, because everybody seems to be jumping to a different ball this game, or 2.
So Weiss trying to salvage something here. You can get the 192 tops. We'll get back down and check on Mark Clark in a second here after Barnes makes his toss.
Yeah, those guys are in the 10th frame also.
Hey, couple doubles on 13 and 14. I don't think we saw that the first game of this block.
Yeah,
we did. It was very late in the game.
It was
it was very late in the game. Yeah.
After they had gone through their arsenal.
Hurt looking to keep the string going here. Oh, that ball still has to slow down and a lot of wiggle for 6.
Important spare.
Yeah, Rockdashell trips the 3 from behind on a high hit. There you go.
That was a good hit for me yesterday.
Oh, hey, take a look at lane 10. How many players have seen that at the end of the lane today? Like, well, yeah, you can see Will's in right now.
Anthony, did you have any 7-10s today? 5, I believe, was the answer.
That was so funny when you pointed out the number on his check, and he believed you for a second. Check came out. Anthony Jovanovic said he had 6 7-10s in 4 games during the cashier's round this morning, and then his check came out, and he was holding it, and Brian pointed at it. He goes, "That's $710, 710."
He didn't have his glasses on. It was actually 770, but the
the
comedy aspect of it was fantastic.
You got him so good with that because his face just went.
Yes, he had a burgundy shirt on, and the face was burgundy. Anthony's a great guy. He's a super competitor, and he's an absolute wonderful friend.
Yeah.
So, congratulations on him making the top
That's
16.
the thing. Beat the guy's brains out on the lanes, and you guys have a lot of fun and friendship off the lanes.
The 4 years that I have been blessed to be able to do this, the friendships that I have made, and the experience that I've gained has been awesome. I've been very blessed. I have a great boss, Lisa, that lets me go out and do this. And I don't like wasting money, but I still enjoy the experience.
So Mark Clark, 247, trying to just claw his way up in the top 8. And with Dan Higgins struggling to get past the double right now, we'll get back down to him momentarily. As he just went through the face, left a 3-pin, I believe. Or is that it? It might be a 9.
That's a 9.
It's a 9,
Yeah.
okay. Fabian, good place for that. I mean, he got the first one in the 10, so he's in the 240s.
He is.
But it's
marching
another
up.
one. Yeah, it's another one. He's 8 pins behind Clark coming into this game. So he's still going to be a little bit behind Clark, but they're trying to make the charge. And Witkowski finds a little trouble, but he's got a hair bit of breathing room. He's got 40 pins or so.
Yeah, he's going to catch up to Randy.
And Higgins hooks back at that 9, gets it to happen.
Like I said, this is going to shape up to be a very interesting game 3.
Right. Watson just 1 pin up on Higgins in 7th. But Watson's given a ton back. I mean,
Yep.
Watson's going to get passed by Higgins, but he's probably going to get passed by 2 or 3 other players too and be outside the number.
And Randy's best he can do is 172 now.
And Randy was only 53 on the number. Yeah, we're going to
That's
have a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying,
juggling going around on this leaderboard. So no
we
doubt
get to
about
do
it.
math for the last game.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, boy.
I got a pen ready just in case.
There we go. Abacus, pen, and a calculator. We
Yes.
should be just fine.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to give you a little audio break here at the end of game 2. We got our final game of this round of 16, game 3 of 3, coming up shortly. The PBA Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic rolls on from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. All right, we're underway with Game 3 here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. And this is the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Thanks everybody for joining us today. I'm $2 Phil Bryla. Joining me, Brian Schmidt in the booth. And Brian, is there some type of speed regulator or something that's going to be on Corey's truck? Because when you leave here, I can imagine he's going to want to get home as quickly as possible after this round of 16.
I know Shar's listening, and I will do everything in my power to make sure that we get home safe. I know he's running a little warm right now. We did talk about going home, that the person or both of us, if we would have made it, we were going to split the driving. But we might get home really fast if he just drives.
So
not a good game, that one. So
yeah, not the round of 16 that Rock the Shell or Eddie Bird have been looking for. Yeah, they both struggled on the pairs they were on. And yikes! We're gonna keep Rock the Shell and Bird in the witness protection program here in Game 3. If you want to watch them, they're on 9 and 10. You can pick the pair feed as well and give them a look. But yeah, we'll keep them high in the way here. We'll have to keep an eye though on Shreve and Haggett, as they're both going to be flirting with the number. And I know Brian's got some unofficial standings over there.
It's going to be interesting. The top 8 are within 120 pins between 8th and 1st. So, okay. But the difference between 2nd and 7th is less than 100. So,
all right.
Our 2nd and 8th, less than 100.
So, I mean,
I missed a couple scores, but it's it could change big time here.
Right.
It's-
We'll get the official scores from Bobby Jacobs shortly.
Yeah.
But, I mean, game one, man, a lot of these players came firing out of the gates. We're looking at the score recaps here. We got 230s, 220s, 250s, 240s. Game two, not a lot out there. There were a couple of players that had some
Unofficially,
scores.
235. I missed a couple scores, but unofficially,
Yeah.
235 was high.
So, I mean, is it that different pair to pair here? You bowled yesterday. Is it that different pair to pair here where these guys were thinking they had the right move made when they moved pairs, and then apparently it wasn't?
I think with the weight that we had, and yes, I'm going to say yes, that it is different from pair to pair. Obviously, Chris struggled on 13 and 14.
Yep.
They did get a 214, I think Dan had, but it's different. Bill started with the front four here. Fabian, this big game. I mean, 4 in a row right now is huge,
Yep.
especially when only 230 was like the high game last game. So,
Yeah, you mentioned Higgins. I mean, 214 clean on 13 and 14.
yep.
Trying to look for 3 in a row here, and Barnes on a struggle already as he goes strike, open, strike. And Higgins likes that one, and you see why. And Randall Weiss trying to stop the bleeding. He had a big fall that last game. Did he finish with a 160?
He had 161.
161, so he punched in the 10th to get that as well, or at least got the first 2.
So, yeah.
And, boy, the magic he had yesterday, the first 3 games, is left the building here at Almar Lanes.
Unofficially 4th right now.
Okay. So he's still hanging
No,
tough.
unofficially 5th.
5th. So, yeah, he can't afford another game like
No.
that because it might be the end of our day for our qualifying leader. And let's see if Higgins can put a 4th strike in a row on the board. How about that?
That's huge.
Mark Clark, solid game last game. You mentioned Fabian on the 4 in a row, and Clark having a solid start to this game, too. Clark and Fabian were both on the outside looking in after the first game of this round of 16.
Yeah, I missed Bill's score last time, so I don't have that.
Yeah, we should get that from Bobby Jekyll shortly. He'll get that Excel spreadsheet all keyed in. Since we're backing our technology out a little bit here today. We're back to Excel. Oh, if Fabian makes the step ladder, I get to be a homer because I always root from the guys from Wisconsin. Hey, it's my booth. I own it. I'm from Wisconsin, therefore I can be a homer.
He made the
That's my
championship match last year against Gene in Sussex.
Yep.
And had him on the ropes till a 4-6-7-10 sideline that. And Gene, as a seasoned professional that he is, took advantage of it and nudged him out.
Well, yeah, and considering I think everybody had to strap Eugene to a hand truck and wheel him out to his vehicle after it was done because Eugene could barely walk that weekend.
Right.
My goodness, how about cutting it out?
He was actually the number last year and came back to win the tournament. So,
Well, Fabian was perfect last night. Can he get halfway there today? At ring 10.
good shot.
Does he make a move off that? What move do you make off that ring 10?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. Especially this late, just stay there. Oh, hey, look at
How
there.
about that? We got some standings.
On the official paper, too.
Yeah, how about that? And a good font. Thanks, Bobby Jekyll. You're a hell of a human being. Oh, that's okay, man. I appreciate your scramble out there today. Never easy when IT doesn't want to play along. Brett Angelo, plus 480. Michael Clark Jr., plus 439. Rakowski, plus 421. Barnes, plus 392. Clark of the Mark variety, plus 391. Ron Hurt, 387. Fabian, 381. And your number right now is Dan Higgins.
Yeah, Randy fell out.
And, yeah, Randy Weiss, 367, 1 behind Higgins. And now he's a bunch behind Higgins because Randy can watch next door.
Yep.
After we get the toss here from Rakowski. And he leaves a 4-9. Higgins, front 5. Boy, there's been a lot of that today. Guy finds out he's the number, and then they go and shoot a ton. So,
Abby in the chat asked if there was any two-handed bowlers here, and there actually was. Corey.
Corey Kistner and
Kistner.
Ricky Schisler.
Yep, and Ricky
Well,
Schisler.
yeah, they were
Two.
both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
they
were
were both on A squad yesterday. Unfortunately, neither one knocking enough pins down to get to action today. But yeah, you're going to see a few more players, I think, on the PBA 50 tour going with a two-handed style because they were both very late converts, obviously.
Yep.
The two-handed style. Front 6 for Higgins, and he's saying, hey, everybody, I'll see you in the round of 8. So let's see. So Higgins is the number. Randy Weiss, 1 pin behind. Bill Watson is 13 pins behind. John Shreve Jr. is 38 pins behind. Shreve Jr. is
Open 3-bagger.
Yeah, two
Two
opens.
opens,
Yeah,
3-bagger.
3-bagger. So that might be the end of the day for Shreve Jr. And then Eddie Bird is 78 back. So yeah, between Bird, Haggett, Kenyon, and Wolzen, barring perfection, I don't think any of them are going to get there. And Mike Clark Jr. on the front 6 as well. So we'll
on the smooth, easy 15 and 16.
well, same thing. 1 and 2. Everybody says, yeah, that's not a pair I'd want to finish on either. And you got Dan Higgins
we had 6-pack on both.
on the front bunch. Meanwhile, now everybody in the not everybody in the middle because over on 7 and 8. I mean, we got some good shots going here. Before Fabian throws, let's get over to Barnes, as he only has 24 pins over the number at the moment. Wow, and that 5-pin stood there for a little bit. Fabian now pays maximum penalty.
That hurts.
And Hurt needs to turn things around too, because Hurt only has himself a few pins above that number too. Hurt at plus 387, so basically 19 pins above the number. And Higgins and Fabian, you can see both those guys just blowing right by him.
Yep.
Barnes did convert.
Now smart by Bill. Just get the 2.
Watson down on 3 and 4. He's got open, double, spare through 4, so Watson needs to pick up the paces. He's outside the number by 13. And you can see some of the players now, they realize that, yeah, their day's done. They're putting the effort in. They're on the lanes, but let's get over to Barnes. Gets them all to fly. Back to Fabian. So still 255 out there for Fabian.
Yep, that's going to be big. Big shot here. Splash and dash.
Rakoski's got a bunch over the cut. Rakoski plus 421, so he's 53 up on the number. So even with a slow start here, now he's got a double on the board. He's okay.
Clark on 16.
Yep, and then we'll get down to, oh, he threw at the same time.
There you go.
There you
Perfect.
go.
Literally right in step. Michael Haggett with the right-handed attempt.
I can't
7-9.
I can't have a Schlummy winning production here when these guys are bowling at the same time in the front 6. Somebody hold one of these guys up for me. Yeah, that's going to happen.
Good thing you got quick fingers.
Yeah. That's what she said. Hey, we got a That's What She Said joke on the live stream. How about that, everybody? First one of the weekend. Oh yeah, they're gonna
Timing is everything.
Same thing again.
And they're right together.
I gotta
you stay that way. I'll look this way.
I gotta get a split screen going here. I can see them both in the preview window here. So I got Higgins on screen.
Clark. 10. No. 10 pin. I almost had the 7-10.
Well, we got the guy that struck here with Higgins.
Good work.
So we kept the right guy there. Let's get over to 5 through 8 as Mark Clark,
Make it run again.
he's locking his spot into the top 8, even with that. Hold on. Oh. And Ron Hunt, as we mentioned a few seconds back, Hunt only 19 pins up on Higgins. Higgins and Fabian both blowing by. He's got to worry about what Randy Weiss is shooting, and we'll check in on Weiss and gang on that pair, and that weak 10's not going to help matters any. So Weiss, 2 spares and a 4-bagger. So Hurt needs to start doing something here. He can find his way easily bumped out of the top 8.
Now I feel bad. I picked him to do good.
there you see for Watson. Watson's going to need some help. He's 355, 13 out. Hurt did pick up that spare. Who's going to fire first? Fabian or Barnes is
And Bill's going to go.
Barnes is waiting for the right moment here.
Great shot.
No, Barnes is waiting for some equipment to come back. So Hurt's maximum here is 225.
Yeah.
Watson, wow. That 9-pin, silly 9-pin tried to stand. Watson can get past Hurt here without too much of an issue if he keeps striking. As Watson's going to max at 258.
Bill with the first one in the 10th.
Oh, jeez, for Barnes. Unbelievable.
I don't think that was worth the wait.
No. Barnes was 24 up on the number, and that's not going to help. We're going to have to.
I told you.
We're going to be having some spectacular math skills having to be shown here shortly.
It is going to come down.
Yeah, this isn't as anticlimactic as the opening round this morning was for the cut number.
I know. This is
a
going to be good.
lot of going. And Weiss keeps the string going. Fabian.
268 possible for
Second
Michael.
shot in the 10th. Oh, how about that for Barnes?
Oh, my goodness.
That could be
7-10.
huge. That could be absolutely huge. Even he's in shock that he made it.
Wow.
So,
wow. You never know.
Yeah.
Throw it hard and never know.
Yeah, Mike Clark spare in the 8th, spare in the 9th, so it ended his run at perfection.
He's at 250
But
now.
yeah, he's going to be, you'll get to see more of Michael Clark Jr. in the round of 8.
Bill's going to go 250. 253.
All right.
It marked 9, but I believe he has a 710, yeah.
So 253 for
yes.
Fabian. So that's plus 434.
Yeah.
Higgins, we know he's in. It's just a matter of if he stays perfect and he splashes him around.
Yep.
Shreve was 38 out. Yeah, Shreve's got no chance. 234, yeah, there ain't no way. Not with what we got going here. Weiss is solid, and if
58 for Randy.
Watson, yeah, if Watson
or for Michael Clark.
Here. 258, so that's plenty. He's in. I'm not even going to bother adding that one. Same thing for Angelo. Angelo's in. He's got enough.
Big shot for Ron.
Yeah, let's get over to Hurt. There, so Hurt can get to 2 1/4. Let's get back. Hey, we've had a 7-10 on lane 1. Can we get 3 straight? Oh! That was the Russian judge gives that pirouette 9.5.
There you go.
As you see the big smile on Higgins' face as he knows that shot. And that's not only going to get him into the top 8, that's going to get him in possibly in the top 4 with 2 more games to go in that round of 8.
258 possible for Bill. Ron
So Hurt
can get 225. Yeah. What was the difference between those guys?
Higgins, 11th shot, comes high. He never let that one far enough out to the right. So Clark's going to be in the 230s.
70 pins.
So he'll stay in.
Looks like I got a ride home. He's going to shoot at 200 at least.
Well, you're assuming he can get 8 and 2 shots.
Well, I'm hoping.
Right after you say that, he'll probably go 4 and 3.
We'll get another 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So 287 for Higgins. So yeah, that vaults Higgins way up the leaderboard. Weiss is going to go before Hurt again. So Hurt's going to be in the 220s. Barring a golf shot.
237 for Clark. 256 for Brad. And Ron leaves a 7. 224 for Ron.
So Barnes, boy, how huge is that 7-10 conversion now?
Yeah.
My goodness. What do we got for Hurt?
Ron 224.
24, so that gets Hurt up to 411.
And he went 6-0 in the first frame.
Higgins at 455, big vault. 287 will do that for you. Keep an eye on Weiss here, as Weiss is going to be in the 250s. Watson can shoot 258. Watson might be the odd man out here, even with a 258 game.
Right.
Who had the 253?
Bill.
Bill, okay. So we're waiting on Weiss, Watson, and Barnes. Yep. Rakowski still the finish, but he'll be in the 2 teens. Oh, he's at 421, so. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding?
Jeez.
So Barnes was at 392. He gets 1 here. It's 14. It's 406. He might be out still.
He's out. Yep. 408 is that 420?
428 for Clark, yeah.
And then 411.
Yeah. All depends on Watson in the 10th frame.
Yep.
Oh, Rando, that's some bad count there.
If he makes it twice in a row, that's going to be crazy.
Oh, he
And snuck over
he
there.
had a tease. So 14, so that's plus 406 for Barnes. Rakowski will stay ahead of that for Barnes because Rakowski's going to be in the 220s. So he's in, Angelo's in. So yeah, right now man in danger.
That's Chris.
Actually, Ron Hurt's in danger too. 242 for Weiss is 40. He was plus 67. So that's plus 4. Yeah, so Barnes is out. That's plus 409 for Weiss, if my math is right. Yeah.
409, yeah. 3 pins.
So Barnes is out. Weiss isn't guaranteed in either.
Bill's up now.
Oh, no, he is guaranteed in because Watson can only. Oh, yeah, Watson can pass him.
Yes, yeah, Bill can pass him.
Bill needs the first 2 to pass him. There's 1. Rakowski was 221. So, yeah, that's 442. So that's 710 on the fill ball, on the 11th shot, pardon me, for Barnes. It's going to be enough to keep him out.
I think so.
I think so, depending on, well, you never know with count here with Watson, so it's the shot.
Yeah, it's actually an important shot.
Yep. Yeah, Watson.
That's the thing with this format.
Yeah,
Every pin
240.
matters.
Yeah, Watson needs this good count on this one. Well, that's
Yeah.
plenty of count.
That's about as much as you can get.
So, yeah, 250. Yeah, so he just needs to keep it on the lane. Unofficially, your top 5 are going to be Brett Angelo, Michael Clark, John Ruskowski, Mark Clark, Ron Hurt, Bill Fabian, Dan Higgins, and Randy Weiss. So Barnes out. Oh, no, Weiss will be out too. I'm sorry. Weiss is first out. Hurt's going to be the number. 55 and 58 is 13. So, yeah, Watson needs 7. 7's enough. 6 is a tie
Be close.
with Weiss.
9.
There's 9. So 57 and 55 is 412.
Yeah, that 411.
So Ron Hurt at 411, unofficially your number. Barnes out of the top 8 in that last game. So once again, we're going to have a quick intermission here. Brian Schmidt, buddy.
Bye. Thanks.
Thanks for hanging
Appreciate
around
the
for this block.
opportunity.
And Yeah, unofficially we got Ron Hurt at 4'11", your number. So we got Barnes out, and Randy Weiss stays out as Bill Watson sneaks in at 4'12". And then the rest of your players are Fabian, Higgins, Clark, Rokoski, Angelo. Unofficially, fully unofficial. Bobby will make that official shortly. Brian, thanks for everything, sir. We appreciate you. We'll see you down the road, and we'll be back with that round of 8 momentarily.
Okay, that concludes our round of 16, the 2025 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by EI Chris Lindquist and Progressive and Gary. Sorry, Gary. Anyway, unofficially, 8th position at plus 411 is Ron Hurt. Unofficially, plus 411 is 8th with Ron Hurt. Give me a few minutes, we'll verify the scores, and then I'll bring you your official top 8. Position 1 will be beginning on lane 5, position 2, lane 6, position 7, lane 7 for 3, position 4, lane 8, position 5, lane 11, 12, 13, and 14 positions respectively. Thank you.
Politically correct. Yeah. Kevin Grant. Ron. He's high brain on the check. Spell my name on it. I go, spell my name wrong, Kevin. And then he types back in because it's autocorrect.
A couple times I wanted to take this out and jab myself in the leg. That's why I got the metal one.
Yeah.
So it could take it.
Put the big one.
wherever my laundry ends up. No, I gotta go.
Yeah. Well, most of it's down the run too, isn't it?
No, most of it's right there now. I got everything this direction now. My 2-ball bag's the only one I really don't know where it is. Oh, it's back there.
I said on the broadcast, I said, in this format, every pin counts. Film or whatever you do, every pin counts. And that's exactly what it is. Or you know, let's say you leave it 10 pin, you're shooting 250, leave it 10 pin, you shoot 230, you're pissed off and you just fire down, you get a 6 gun. And you miss by 2, you know, every freaking pin counts. Gonna go off right? Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I know.
All right, Chris.
Unfortunately, with scores as high as they are, I only bowl with somebody that can save my life. You can. That was not the question.
Aren't they starting on 5 and 6?
5 and 6, 7 and 8, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Oh, they're skipping 9 and 10.
Give me a call. Give me a call. I got a guy.
Well, maybe they
I got, correct. Correct. Probably a little less painlessly, too. But I got a guy.
I know a guy.
I know a guy.
Hey, Ron, not
Any pressure on me at all. Yeah, any with me. We do.
You know, when you win, you have to give them 4, 6, 7, 10.
probably an 8 for 3 kind of thing. So he has a really big thing.
All right, well, Christ is first. I need a brief moment. Oh, good. Good. That's a good busy good out.
All right, everybody. We're still waiting for that announcement for the start of practice for the round of 8. They're going to be on lanes 5, 6, 7, 8. So you'll see 4 bowlers on that pair feed if you're going to watch the pair feeds and follow your favorite player. Then they're also going to be on 11 and 12. They'll be on its own feed. 13 and 14 is on its own feed. So can we see a replay of Barnes's 7-10? Let me see if I can get myself, let's see if it archived already. Let me see if I can work some magic here. It may take me a minute, so patience is appreciated. But yeah, let's see if we can get a couple of looks at that Barnes 7-10. It's always cool when you make a 7-10. It would have been better if a better story, to be honest, if Barnes would have gotten that double in the 10th frame instead of another 7-10. All right. Hey, thank you to YouTube for archiving so quickly. Yeah, let's take you back. 9th frame of game 3 in the round of 16. And we're just going to let it play through the whole frame so you get to see all the reactions of Chris Barnes here. As you watch the toss, knows he's close to that cut number. And there you see the 7-10 stand in defiance. You see Barnes with a little bit of heartbreak, thinking, oh, this could be the end of my run. He's watching Randy Weiss make a big run next to him. He's watching other players, especially his lane mate, Dan Higgins Jr., make a big run as Higgins came out of being the number and got himself into the top 4 unofficially. Higgins didn't take it all the way off the sheet. Got himself in the 280s, though. And now take a peek at Barnes. Fires it at the 7, and boom, clean off, clean into that 10. And there you go. And even Randy Weiss has got to give him a smile and a round of applause. And Chris, just you got to be kidding me. On the way back. So we'll go back to this on the spare attempt on that 7-10 one more time if you missed it. But how about that for Chris Barnes? The big bounce boom shakalaka. Gave him a chance to get into the round of 8. But the problem was, after getting the first strike in the 10th, going for 225. There you see Barnes getting up. Second ball of the 10th frame. Knows he's probably got a punch to get there. And another 7-10 leaves Chris as he waves goodbye to the crowd on the outside looking in. So glad we were able to get that replay for you. Thanks to our archives at YouTube. And hopefully everybody enjoyed that. Waiting for the start of this round of 8. We're going to move the Stepladder Finals start time back to be 4 p.m. Eastern, as we will get a re-oil on 9 and 10. Forever etched in the archives. So here we go. Let's get your totals for your players that are remaining in the round of 8. Brad Angelo, two-time champion here at Almar Lanes. He's leading at plus 536. Michael Clark Jr. in second, plus 497. Dan Higgins Jr., that big game in the 280s in game 3, gets Higgins up to 455. Rakowski fourth, 442. Bill Fabian fifth, plus 434. So just 8 pins separate. I mean, it's anybody's ball game. It's not even a guarantee that Brad Angelo can make the stepladder. If he has a couple of atrocious games, he can get people to just pass him. Sure, he's almost 100 up on the number, but we've seen that change so quickly today. As we mentioned, Fabian in fifth, 434. Clark of the Mark variety in sixth, plus 428. Bill Watson seventh, plus 412. Ron Hurt, 411. Randy Weiss first out at 409. Chris Barnes second out, 406. And then the ways back to Shreve Jr., Eddie Bird, Cordy Rockdashell, Rick Willison, Michael Haggett, and Steve Kenyon round out your 16 players, 9 through 16 getting a check. 1 through 8 hopefully will be starting very shortly here at Almar Lanes for the PBA Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. And we want to make sure that we thank all of our sponsors. And we're going to Scroll our sponsors that are platinum and gold for this event, including that title sponsor, triple platinum with UE2 with Chris and Irene Lindquist. And your platinum and gold sponsors. Following up, all right, waiting on our start here for the round of 8. Even though,
Thank you for your
oh,
patience.
there we go.
Angelo, lane 5. Michael Clark, lane 6. So, Brent Angelo plus 536. Michael Clark, lane 6 plus 497. Lane 7, Dan Higgins plus 455. Lane 8 plus 442, John Murkowski. Lane 11 plus 434, William Fabian. Plus 428, lane 12, Mark Clark. Lane 13 plus 412, Bill Watson.
Have a good one. Thank you, sir. Hey, Brian's getting to be good.
Lane 14 plus 411, Ron Hurt. Laners, we're going to turn your lanes on. You'll have 5 minutes of practice, and we'll get started.
He's good though, Brian.
Players that finish in 9th through 16th, as soon as I get this round underway, I will have your checks ready. Thank you.
All right, so you got your lineups from Bobby Jekyll. We're underway with practice. They're going to receive a few minutes of practice, then we'll be underway. So there you see on 5 and 6, Brad Angelo, your leader, and Michael Clark Jr., 7 and 8. It's going to be Dan Higgins and John Murkowski. Scroll our way over here. The 13, 11, and 12 is Mark Clark and Bill Fabian. And rounding out the lineup here in the round of 8, Bill Watson and Ron Hurt. IT problems are never fun. I mean, being in live streaming, obviously, I know that firsthand. We've hit it at a few places. I've been dealing with it locally this summer. I got a local IT or local ISP, internet service provider, that likes to mess up my Facebook feeds from the local sweeper series in Milwaukee. But that's why you always got backups, and Bobby's backup in this case is Microsoft Excel and a pen, his right hand, and a piece of paper. So once again, you'll see on our coverage here this round, you'll see 4 players here on 5 through 8. Then we're going to get over to 11 and 12. You see a pair of players there. Then we'll get over to 13 and 14 with a pair of players there with Hurt and Watson. So we'll bounce you around as we get through this round of 8. 2 games in this round of 8, and after those games are completed, we add those 2 games to the pinfall for the previous 15 these bowlers have. We will have our top 4 finishers for the step ladder, and yeah, Brad Angelo, he might be out ahead of the game right now. He's got a 39-pin advantage over Michael Clark Jr., but we've seen a bunch of advantages go away today. I mean, hey, Randy Weiss, leading qualifier overall. You're not in the round of 8. Chris Barnes, leader on A squad, he's not in the round of 8. Both of those players out last round. Tom Hess, leader of B squad. Hess made an exit in the first elimination round this morning. And some other players that qualified quite high in the standings with Corey Rocktishall and Brad Snell. They made early exits as well. So here's your surviving 8. Inside of Alomar Lanes. And once again, we want to thank the PBA for letting us stream to their YouTube channel with this 10 on the Deck production. And we also want to thank our season-long sponsors for our 10 on the Deck Productions live streaming. H5G Brands, be bold, be creative, be original. Get your official PBA merchandise and beat the rush on those jerseys you need for your fall leagues. Get them in early, and if you got a design idea you just can't get a pen to paper on, talk to one of their designers at H5G Brands, and they'll make that happen. H5Gbrands.com. And the PBA LBC National Championships 2025 Clash will be coming up in the next couple of months. Details on that shortly, and along with that, I'm sure they'll have the details on the 2026 LBC National Championships location, along with tournament dates and your opportunity and when you can sign up. Get that information, pba.com/LBC tournament, and we are going to get underway in just a moment.
Okay, bowlers, how about your practice, please? Cycle those pin setters for the first ball cycle. Spectators and fans, as a reminder, please make sure those cell phones are off. While this round's going on, the bowlers are greatly appreciated. We have 15 games in the books, 2 games remaining. We have 8 players vying for the top 4 spots. I'll do an update after game 16 to see where we're sitting, so it should be exciting. We're going to have an unofficial announcement in the top 4 as soon as this round is over, so don't you go anywhere. Bowlers from Heroes Company before I can begin your 2 games. Round of 8 of the 2025 PBA Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by i.e. Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
All right, and we are underway here in Bowling Green. Once again, just a quick 2-game round to get into our final 4 for the step ladder. Angelo, your 1 seed, And Mike Clark Jr., your 2 seed. On 5 and 6, Angelo plus 536, Clark Jr. plus 497. Dan Higgins and Rakoski on 7 and 8. Higgins at plus 455. Rakoski, he would have been the number if he cut right to the step ladder. That's plus 442. Wrap 10 for Rakoski. Let's get you over to 11 and 12. Bill Fabian, he's your bowler Aon. That pair of Fabian, first man out, currently plus 434. And not the start that Mark Clark is looking for with that 3, 6, 7, 9, 10. Clark at plus 428 in the early open. And on our last pair of coverage here, Bill Watson, your bowler A on your scoreboard on 13 and 14. Watson at plus 412. And your last man in, Ron Hurt, by 2 pins over Randy Weiss, 5 pins over Chris Barnes. Ron Hurt sneaks in at plus 411. Get a second to breathe here. That's a lot of hustling around we're doing here. I lost my production assistant, Brian Schmidt. Color commentary, production assistant, whatever it takes. Thanks, Brian, for the bottle of water on the way outdoor. I appreciate you. Thanks for sitting in the booth for a bit. Safe travels to you and Corey on the way home. We'll see you guys soon. Fabian, you can see he... oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, good. Oh, it held. There we go. Higgins looking to convert the 10 and does. Not too often that Brent Angelo is shooting at a 5.7. Just misses it. And, yeah, as we mentioned, Brad might have a lead now. Over Mike Clark Jr. 39 pins, but yeah, that can go away real quick. Another larceny at Elmar Lanes as the bowler has a strike stolen from them with the stone 8. And the flat 10 for Angelo. Higgins with the cover. Nicely done. Let's go down to Mark Clark. We saw that big gaping wound on the score sheet in frame 1. Just followed up with a double. Fabian perfect through 3 on that lane. Love the paw prints on Fabian's jersey. As Hurt finds trouble, you see that on 13 with the 3, 6, 9, 10. Let's get over to Mike Clark Jr. Dutch through 3 for Clark. Fabian keeps it perfect. Rakoski keeping it clean. Take a look at Hunt here. Pardon me, Hurt. As he gets the mess covered up. Well, you asked to push Mike Clark Jr., but pushed a little too much. Over to Fabian. Looking good through 5 for Bill Fabian. One thing we've seen all weekend, Fabian can put a whole bunch together. Author of our only perfect game to this point. Brett Angelo, first game this morning, came out of the gates 299 and got him quickly vaulted into the lead. Clark steps it out. You see why. And Rakoski not having a quality start here. No doubles in an open through 4 frames. Flat 10 again for Angelo. He needs to figure something out. Clark looking for his own 5 in a row. Doesn't happen. Light with a 2-pin. Higgins, another messenger in front of the 10, and seen a bunch of that this weekend. Jeff, I appreciate the "you guys" comment. Doing an awesome job, but it's singular, man. It's just me. So it's nice that we've had a couple players in the booth this weekend. I always appreciate Tom Carter when he's in the booth, and Brian Schmidt jumping in a little earlier today. But yeah, you're 10 of the Deck Corrections crew. I'm it. So we're bringing all these good looks as I get around the bowling center on wheelies on occasion. Taking care of business. Angelo, yeah, it might be time for not just the ball change, but some type of line change as well. $2,500 guaranteed for second place if you're that top seed in the step ladder. And Bill Fabian says, yeah, I only got 2 games to get there. I might get to that top seed. Ooh, that's a real fast 8 for Higgins. Cover for Angelo, and yeah, let's see if Brad decides to go back to the bag here. No, he's going to sit down, so maybe he's just going to try to do a hand position change or something of that nature. For the front 7. Oh, Watson stomps that one into fruition. I'm sorry, Fabian, not Watson. I saw Watson out of the corner of my eye on lane 14. Bill Watson, 92 in the 5th, striking the 6th over on 13 and 14. Double, 2 spares, double for Ron Hurt on that same pair. We'll go check in with them a little bit later. Mark Clark just struck on lane 12. They still have a chance at 258. And Rakoski goes, hey, guess what? I can strike. Which Clark will go first? Well, same time. Clark's to the left of me, Clark's to the right. Here I am. Stuck in the middle with you. There you see Mike Clark Jr. 10 back. Mark Clark, 4-pin. Kowski. Nope. You just saw that hand position was not good coming through that ball where we've seen that shot in the 5th frame. That hand really was a bit clenched, and Angelo seems befuddled right now. I mean, he can be a little patient. Looking at, you know, what he is over the cut number right now, he's got almost 100 pins. The problem is 100 pins is going away fast because the man that's in 5th is that man that's stepping up right now in the front 7. Fabian coming into this game plus 434, 102 pins behind Angelo. And he's looking to shave off a ton of that at the moment. For the excellent 8th, 4 doesn't go. You saw the reaction from Fabian. He knew that was a bit left, and Angelo responds with his first strike of the game in the 7th frame. Higgins looking for his first double. First PBA 50 event as a member, looking to make that stepladder final, looking to take home a win. It'd be Higgins' second win of the weekend, as he was part of the winning team along with Southgate Pro Shop in our Friday night Baker shootout here. That was such a fun format. Players get auctioned off to the highest bidder to join 4-player teams that signed up to make a 5-player team, and then it was 16 Baker games across the house to determine the champion, and it was a nice payday. That auction, all the money from the auction went into the prize fund, and Higgins and his teammates split $4,000, $800 a player. The investment they made in Higgins in the auction definitely paid off. Higgins, 4 goes, 9 goes. Fabian did strike in the foundation frame. Let's check in on Hurt and Watson, and 13 and 14 has not been playing nice this afternoon, and I believe that's the pair that Mark Clark Jr. and Brad Angelo will be moving to. As now Clark Jr. finds trouble. Let's get to Clark of the Mark variety. And the wrap 10. Mark Clark. So just a reminder, everybody, after this round of 8 is done, the feeds will end all across the house, so no more pair feeds. We're just going to have a single stepladder feed. That's scheduled to go live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We will go live. Probably will be oiling the lanes, just finishing that process, and the lanes will have to set a little bit, so we may be joining in the beginning of practice at 4 p.m., but we appreciate everybody's patience today. We've been dealing with some IT issues, and I shouldn't say we, it's been Bobby Jekyll has been dealing with some IT issues with our tournament management system, and he's been fighting his way through it, and he's been getting us scores even manually when he had to. Appreciate everything Bobby Jekyll does, not just for us here in the booth, but all the bowlers and all the fans that are here on site as well. Mark Clark, 10th frame, gets it all to go. Clark looking at a maximum of 227. Yeah, it's going to leave him on the outside looking in. And Fabian's going to make a big charge into the top 4. And if he can finish off that 279 game down on 11 and 12, yeah, it's a big juggle of the standings. Higgins makes it 3 in a row. Mark Clark looking for 227. Give Clark 225. Good place for that one. So let's move Clark up to plus 453, but that's still going to be on the outside looking in. Are you kidding me? Another larceny for Higgins. My goodness. He's having felonies thrown against him today. That's got to be the third one I've seen for Higgins today. Dan, don't take it out on the scoreboard. Those things aren't exactly cheap to repair. So Mike Clark Jr. looking for 226. Fabian looking for 279. There you go. Slap that 10 out. And Fabian's going to be doing some passing on that leaderboard. Just a 4-pin preventing Fabian from being perfect this game. Mike Clark Jr. just gets the 6 to take that 10. Oh, he would love to get that shot in the 8th back where he grabbed it just a hair. Well, Angelo's not going to lose the lead. To Fabian, but he's definitely going to hear footsteps. Even with an open, Angelo's going to be in the 190s. 225 from Mike Clark. So pick your Clark this game. They both had 225. That gets Mike Clark up to 522. And Fabian with that 279 game. Gets Fabian up to 513. Fabian easily in the top 4 at the moment. You see how bad Brad Angelo wanted that shot. Koski's going to give a bunch back. He's going to get passed by Fabian. He may even be the first man out at the moment now. Ron Hurt gets out of the way with 223. That leaves Hurt at 434. And Angelo doesn't get to 200 on the fill ball. 198. 534 to the plus for Angelo. Koski's going to lose 6. So that's 436. Yeah, there's some players that are going to need big games like Clark, Rakoski, because Fabian just shook up the standings. Watson can get 200 even, so Watson's going to be the man in the number 8 spot after this game, regardless. How huge is that solid 8 in the 9th frame now for Higgins? That's 21 pins he should have had in his back pocket. I mean, the 8-pin earlier was between some spares, so it wasn't atrocious. But yeah, that one in the 9th, that was some serious larceny out of his pocket on his scoreboard. So 200 for Watson leaves him at plus 412. So it looks like Angelo and Clark Jr. moved to 11 and 12, so they may be a little bit happier about that because 13 and 14, yeah, that's been a bugaboo pair. Well, a little payback for Higgins. Got a shot he wasn't happy with, and slapped the 10 out. Not sure what other concern Higgins had with that. Gave a look around towards the crowd, but there wasn't a noise or anything. So 224. 479. As we get into game 2. We've got some bowlers underway already with our leaders coming into this round, Clark Jr. and Angelo. So unofficially after game 1, Brad Angelo, your leader, Mark Clark second. Angelo plus 534, Clark plus 522. Fabian third after his 279 game gets the plus 513. Higgins would be the man advancing into the stepladder at plus 479. Just 26 behind is Mark Clark, plus 453. John Rakowski 436 over. Ron Hurt 434 over. Bill Watson 412 over. Let's take a peek in on Fabian. He's the man making the big move right now. Starts with an open frame. So we'll take a peek in on Mike Clark Jr. and Angelo momentarily. We'll also get down to first man out right now. There you see Mark Clark. He's at first man out, plus 453. First man in is Dan Higgins Jr. As Higgins at 479. Watson, Hurt, and Ruskowski are going to need huge games and a little help from Higgins. Oh, and Clark can't kick it down. Hurt plus 434. 45 out of the number. And that, oh, that's just an insult right there. That is nothing but an insult to Ron Hurt by that 10 pin. Koski, don't count him out yet. Plus 436. 43 out behind Higgins. Higgins on his pair, as you see. He'll be stepping into your picture momentarily. Let's check in on Angelo. As Angelo scrambles him up. Angelo's had some problems finding strikes here in the round of 8. 198 his second game. Fabian with that big move after 279. First game of this block. He's got 60 pins over Mark Clark on his pair. And there you go. Doesn't want to have to use them, but got Higgins as a cushion, and Higgins just airmailed the head pin. Angelo, earliest double he's had so far in the round of 8. Over to Higgins. 1, 2, 4, 8. First time I've seen him shoot at this all weekend. Gets it covered. Stays clean, no doubles. Through 3. Big double error by Fabian after that open in the first. Oh my, we almost had another 7-10. This one by Mike Clark Jr. Oh, Watson's going to need a ton. He'll probably need to run the sheet to have a chance. Higgins at plus 479. Ooh, huge break. Leaving just the 4 pin. Oh, the head pin does the job in the paralyzed 5 for Mark Clark. Ooh, that might be the end of the day for Hurt, as he's 45 out behind Higgins. And no doubles through 4 keeps him 45 out. Koski can't get the 7 to go. That's going to be a little bit of a momentum stop as he's trying to catch up to his lane mate Higgins. Rakoski. .43 behind Higgins for that number 4 spot. Fabian can't trip the 4. Rakoski with the cover and the stare down. Give you the radio call on Fabian's spare attempt as Angelo stepping up looking for a turkey. Oh, another flat 10. Boy, he's assailing the pocket. His carry percentage in this block is about 50%. As we said, Watson plus 412. He's 67 out. He needs to go yard. He's giving it his best chance at it. Back to Fabian. Closest man to him in the standings, his lane mate, Mark Clark. You see Clark stepping up, needing to get 27 more pins than, well, actually, pardon me, 27 more pins than Higgins. Higgins stepping in. My end. Let's get over to Clark. As we said, he and Higgins are the battle here. The problem is he's only gained about 10 pins of the 27 he needs. Well, make it 20 pins as Higgins picks up the 4-7, stays clean, but we've seen one strike out of Higgins through 5 frames. Mark Clark Jr. shredded up. Higgins is going to fire same time as Clark, so we'll give you the radio call on Clark. As Clark's looking for 4 in a row. Clark gets 4 in a row as he takes the 9 out. And how about that? The slow 4 for Higgins. And right now that race between Mark Clark and Higgins is basically even. Actually, advantage Clark on the 4-bagger, even with the open. And yeah, they're basically even right now. I'm not doing the math. I'm just telling you what I see off the top of my head. As we mentioned, Fabian 60 pins up on Clark in 5th. So Fabian, if he can get another couple of strikes here. Oh, well. Don't mark Clark out of it yet. Don't count John Rakoski out of it yet. Rakoski, 43 out behind Higgins, and still a possible 279 for Rakoski. Down to Angelo first. He'll toss before Rakoski. Angelo, just an 8-pin advantage over his lane mate, Mike Clark Jr. And looking to extend it a little bit. You're going to see Rakoski coming into the left side of your screen here on lane 13. There you see the right elbow sneaking in. Is it going to hold? Yes, it does, and takes all 10. It's going to be a big-time battle for that 4th spot in the stepladder, and it might be a big-time battle for that 3rd spot as well if Fabian continues to struggle. There's just larceny going on all over the place in this round of 8. My goodness, that's the third solid 8. We've seen the first two were by Higgins on 7 and 8. And Higgins gets them all to go. Back to Angelo. So Mark Clark can get to 249. Angelo can get to 237. Mark Clark's going to fire first. Let's get to him. If that's the case, if both Clark Jr., Mike Clark Jr. and Angelo strike out, that's a tie for first. We don't want that. As there you see the no remnants remaining for Dan Higgins as Mark Clark leaves the 6-10 over to Mike Clark Jr. This one to keep him even with Angelo overall. There you go. You see the hop. Let's get over for that all-important spare for Mark Clark. Gets them both. Rakoski gets the 4 to trip. Don't count Rakoski out of it yet. Still the possible 279. Hurt at plus 434. He can get another 37, but the way this pace is going, I don't think it's enough. And even for Watson gets 259, and that isn't going to see step ladder possibilities, barring everybody in front of him deciding to walk out the building. And Clark finding trouble back-to-back shots. Rakoski gets this one. You may hear it. Oh, are you kidding me? Wrap 10. No, never say die. There's the Angelo coming into your picture. Yeah, there we go. Battle for the top spot. Cover there by Clark. Koski picks that 10 pin up. Back over to Watson. Possible 259 would get Watson plus 471. That's already behind what's on the top of the board, so yeah, it's going to be end of the road for Watson, especially with that right there. We'll give him the old scratch off the score sheet. Hate having to do it. Felt I owed it to him. Good shot there by Fabian. Over to Higgins. Looking to lock in that 4 spot. Higgins get 247. Oh, the bottom of the 6 just gets enough of that 10. And with Mark Clark only being able to max out at 203. Oh, I'm sorry, no. Mark Clark can max out at 224. Yeah, Higgins, anything in the 10th. It's going to keep Mark Clark in the rear. You see Clark looking over. It's going to keep Clark in the rearview mirror. Definitely. Watson and Hurt in the rearview mirror, and possibly Rakowski as well. Angelo, 2 strikes in the 10th. Like I said, that's a battle for first that's coming down to maybe the final shot. Messenger, no. So 226 with a spare conversion would get Higgins over 500. Rakoski, 258, can't get over 500. Clark, 220, can't get over 500. So Higgins needs a spare here to keep Rakoski in the rearview mirror. And Fabian's going to hang tough. Fabian's going to hang over 500. So Fabian's either going to be our 3 or 4 seed. Higgins did pick up that 10 pin with a bit of a golf swing for a flourish. And over to Angelo's. He's going to try to finish at 237. Which he does. So that's 571. Mark Clark can finish at that same number. Or pardon me, Mike Clark Jr. Fabian, there you go. 203 gets Fabian to 516. And there's the victory lap for Higgins making the step ladder. That time the 10 goes. 226 for Higgins is 505. Yeah, Rakowski can only get into the 490s. And I'm punching myself in the face for saying this. We might have a roll off for the top spot in the step ladder. That's a lot of money. I mean, it's 2,000. I mean, if you're the number 2 seed, you're guaranteed 2,000. If you're the number 1 seed, you're guaranteed 2,500. And that's one less match as the 1 seed you have to win to take home the $5,000. I mean, that 1 seed is huge here this weekend. Mark Clark hasn't finished yet, but Clark, he's going to finish in the 2 teens after that single pin. Uh-oh, trouble. Wow. Wow. Not your fault, Mike Clark Jr. The lane may have moved. There may have been a sudden gust front that popped in. Not sure. But let's take a closer look at Mike Clark Jr. here on the last shot. Strike here, we have a 1-game roll-off for the top spot. And we have to have that, obviously, before the step ladder. And it's going to have to happen before we oil for the step ladder.
Awesome.
Tie for the 1 spot. 571 between Angelo and Mike Clark Jr., and that's going to necessitate a 1-ball roll-off. Or 1-game roll-off, I'm sorry. So they have to bowl on a pair that they either bowled on. Well, since they're on the same pair, it doesn't draw it out of a hat, I guess, where they're going to end up bowling. Either any of the 4 pairs, if you make it really want to. They haven't bowled on 7 and 8. They haven't bowled on 13 and 14. So throw them in a pair. So we're going to have a little break here. We're going to make sure the scores are official. But it's looking like we're going to have a round 8 roll-off. We're going to move our start time back on the step ladder to 4:30 due to that roll-off. So we're going to end all the other pair feeds, though. We're just going to cover that here in the main feed. So give us a few minutes to move some things around, and we will get you underway with that roll-off here from the Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. And while we're getting that set up, we want to give another thank out to all of our sponsors here at the event.
What pair?
There you see them sponsors scrolling away. And it looks like we're going to have 7 and 8 on the roll-off for Angelo and Mike Clark Jr.
Will we get some bonus bowling here, Bowling Green? Brad Angelo and Michael Clark Jr. are tied at plus 571 for vying for the number 1 seed. So the winner of this game will be the tournament leader at number 1 seed, and the Loser will be the second seed. Unofficially third seed plus 516 William Fabian. And your number 4 seed plus 505 Dan Higgins Jr.
So here we go. Those scores do not count at the moment. They're getting 2 shadow balls in each lane because we have a tie to break here. As we have a number 1 seed roll-off. And there's a lot of guaranteed money on the line on this roll-off. I mean, don't be fooled. That this really doesn't matter because, as I was talking about a minute ago, your number 3 finish, which you're guaranteed to get at least with your second place seeding, is $2,000. If you're the top seed, you're guaranteed $2,500 for second place. And, of course, we've got that $5,000 on top here in Bowling Green. So a little extra excitement here in Bowling Green. We'll be underway momentarily. And I believe because Brad Angelo was higher seed coming into the round, he'll have lane choice. And we are underway. Mike Clark Jr. starting things off here in this number 1 seed roll-off with a strike. There you see Dan Higgins getting ready for the stepladder. Stepladder will be on lanes 9 and 10. Higgins will be your number 4 seed. Bill Fabian will be your 3 seed. Fabian with a nice save towards the end of game 2. And trouble early for Angelo. Angelo, 2-time winner of this event. Won it in 2020, won it in 2022. You see he's going to get the 2 and move on. No lucky bounce like we saw earlier for Chris Barnes. Barnes in the round of 16. Bounce went out of the pit to make a 7-10 in the 9th frame of game 3 of that round, but then another 7-10 in the 11th frame. Ended Barnes' day. And not the easiest of afternoons so far for Brad Angelo. Started off hot this morning in their first elimination round. And here in the early part of the round of 8, he had some struggles getting some strikes. Finished at 198 in game 1. Came back 237, finished off with a bang in Game 2, but Mike Clark Jr. put up 249 that same game to cause that tie at plus 571. Clarker games at 225 and 249 in this round of 8 to take care of business. There's a good look at Clark, making sure that chamois got that surface of the bowling ball all removed from oil. And the front three for Mike Clark Jr. Angelo gets the first strike of the game. We're going to push the stepladder coverage back to 4:30 starting on that new feed. You will have a new feed for the stepladder on the PBA YouTube channel. So just be aware of that. Once we're done here, we're going to end this main feed and get you over to a new feed. So make sure you stay sharp with that. And Angelo gets the 10 to go. Never say die, but you're down a bunch early. You've had some issues with ball reaction in the last couple of games. You found something late in Game 2 of this round, but I mean, looking at the scoreboard, Mike Clark Jr. going for the Vera Pop at 300. Yeah, he had some practice shots in there, but he finished with the last 8 in Game 2 of the round of 8. Now looking for the front 4 here in the 1 seed roll-off, and there you go. And, you know, bowling's a game of breaks. Mike Clark Jr. got a huge break in the 11th frame. Shot got away from him, went running left, and blew the entire left side of the rack over, I think, into the right gutter, as the crossover strike gave him a chance to step up on the fill ball, get another strike, which he flushed to get into this 1 seed roll-off with Brad Angelo. Well, that's a lot of 9 there. We've seen a lot of players today end up leaving big 4s when that shot hit the pins. And the right side of the spare, right side of the 6-pin contacted for the spare. Brad Angelo working on that double. Looking at that feet, they may be shifted a half board to the left. Oh, just enough for the 4 to go down. 3-bagger on the board for Angelo. Brad Angelo can get 269. He's down 10 pins currently if he strikes here on this ball. But Mike Clark Jr. looking at 279 for the max. There you see Angelo making sure that hand fits good in that ball. That never-ending, never-moving head to the line, and just absolutely flushes it to respond with his own 4 in a row to match the 4 in a row Mike Clark Jr. started this game with. Clark looking over that ball, making sure the hand's in the proper position. And it sure is, as a 6 makes contact on the 10. And Mike Clark Jr. maintains a 10-pin advantage with 4 frames remaining in this 1-seed roll-off. Walks it out a little bit. Is that messenger going to get there? Yes, it does. Not sure what Brad said right there. They got a good chuckle out of it. So a strike here needed by Angelo to stay within 10, 7th frame. Oh, trip 4 of Angelo's own. Keeps him within 10. Entering the 8th frame here, as we said. 269 maximum for Angelo. 279 maximum for Mike Clark Jr. And I got to be careful with my voice because I'm right behind the lanes on lane 10 and 11. And how about that for Angelo? Didn't panic over the first 2 shots in this match. And he has responded with 6 strikes in a row. Well, you think you're getting all your excitement now, ladies and gentlemen. This is just the roll-off for the top seed. One of these players is going to have to come back as the top seed, knowing they got 1 match to win for a $5,000 first place prize. Mike Clark Jr. gets the 6 to go on the 10. And how about this battle? Absolute battle here in Bowling Green, Ohio at Alomar Lanes. These players know how important only having to win 1 match in the stepladder is. And this is in your everyday average regional here in Bowling Green. Big prize fund. Oh, another break for Mike Clark. And Brad's just going to the crowd. What do I got to do to get the 1 seed? Bowling's a game of breaks sometimes, ladies and gentlemen. We've all been there. You see Brad shaking his head a little bit, but he's got to lose that out of the memory banks. Must strike situation for Angelo. Coming in the right side of your screen. Foundation frame. 6 does the job on the 10. I just hope these guys don't waste all their strikes in this match. We got to have an exciting stepladder final. Brad's checking out the rack. We may see a re-rack here. I'm looking at it from the side, and that 2 pin's a little back and tight. So he's going to make sure he's got a good rack. He's allowed 2 per game. Doesn't matter what game of competition it is. Stepladder, roll-off, first game of qualifying. Angelo gets himself set. A strike here is going to force Clark Jr. to possibly match to stay ahead. And the 4 doesn't go, and that really changes this match. That big break on that hit from Clark Jr. Maybe the difference. 248 now on the maximum for Angelo. going to force a mark out of Mike Clark Jr. for the top spot. With all 10 down, which he does. So 248 and a roll off for the top spot might not be enough for two-time champion here in Bowling Green, Brad Angelo. Mike Clark Jr. 9 out is 247. Wow. And vengeance is served by the bowling gods at an inopportune time. It's a must make to get the 1 seed. Good luck on that with a 7-10. Bowling's a game of breaks. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, and Mike Clark Jr. has seen both of those here in this roll-off game. But Brad Angelo, as you see there, is going to be your number 1 seed for the stepladder. We are going to end our stream momentarily. And there you see as they talk it over. Brad Angelo, your 1 seed. Mike Clark Jr., your 2 seed. Bill Fabian, your 3 seed. And Dan Higgins Jr., your 4 seed. We'll see you back here at 4:30. Tom Carter will unfortunately not be in our booth, but we'll see you up next for the stepladder finals.
Brad Angelo defeats Michael Clark 248 to 245. Brad Angelo is your number 1 seed. Your number 2